Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. Henry, an 18-year-old street boss, dies during a school brawl. But instead of fading into darkness, he wakes up in a new world, in a new body. He is now Daniel Johnson, a 16-year-old spoiled brat from Henry's favorite science fantasy novel. But there's a catch. Daniel isn't the hero. He's the trash character, weak, arrogant, and hated by everyone, including his own family. In the original story, Daniel dies early and is forgotten. Now, Henry is trapped in his body. Armed with a delinquent's instincts and full knowledge of the novel's plot, Henry decides he won't let this world crush him. If he can't be the hero, he'll rewrite the rules. He'll survive. He'll rise. But in a world where power determines worth, monsters roam the wilds, and secret factions fight from the shadows, being trash is a death sentence. Can Henry change Daniel's fate? Can a villain rise in a world built for heroes? Or will he be consumed by the very story he thought he knew? This is not the tale of a chosen one. This is the rise of the unwanted. The rebirth of a trash villain. General audiences. 1. Chapter 1. Awaken, Henry. Today you're going to lose. On C District, only our secret will prevail. While scratching his ear, Henry replied in an irritated tone, "Hey, stop barking. My ears are already hurting." Without warning, the guy in front lunged with a punch. Henry caught the blow effortlessly, a wry smile playing on his lips as he taunted, "That's all the strength you've got? And you dare to think you can rule C District with that power?" In a flash, the man threw another punch with his other hand. Henry intercepted it with such precision that he twisted his own head against the attacker's, causing a thin trickle of blood to escape from the man's nose. Staggering back slightly, the attacker roared, "Attack him!" In an instant, over 100 boys, already lined up behind him, obeyed the order. With fierce shouts, they surged toward Henry. Many more gathered behind him as well. Henry said nothing, but the onlookers moved on their own, chanting, "Attack!" Before, in the blink of an eye, the narrow alley transformed into a full-blown battleground. Fists and feet clashed as chaos erupted. Some fighters brandished weapons while others, displaying remarkable skill, battled with the precision of seasoned professionals. In moments, that once quiet lane had become a veritable war zone. Henry was an 18-year-old high schooler, but he was rarely seen in class. He spent most of his time outside, usually getting into fights or goofing around with his gang of followers. Within the school, he had formed a powerful group. Over 50 kids who followed his every word. Today, he was in the middle of a fierce battle with a rival gang from his own district. This wasn't just a random street fight, it was a war to determine who ruled over C District. A few moments ago, chaos had erupted all around. Kids were fighting with fists and fury. No one had weapons, but the intensity was still brutal. At the center of it all stood Henry, locked in combat with the opposing gang's leader. The crowd had stopped fighting, now watching the two with bated breath, waiting to see who would win. And then it happened. With a final punch, Henry sent his opponent crashing to the ground, unconscious. Cheers erupted. His gang surged toward him, shouting in victory, surrounding him in a whirlwind of celebration. But in the midst of their joy, Henry felt something strange. He looked down. Someone had stabbed him in the stomach. Time slowed. It's said that when you're about to die, your life flashes before your eyes like a movie reel. For Henry, this was that moment. Pain surged through him. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. The circle around him broke. Panic replaced celebration. Sirens wailed in the distance. Police. The crowd scattered like ants. Through the haze of pain, Henry spotted the boy who had stabbed him trying to run away in the chaos. Straining to see his face, Henry locked eyes with him. Everything started to blur. So, it was him. Guess they were right. Bad actions lead to bad ends. Breathing heavily, his thoughts whispered, "Am I dying? It's cold." A faint, trembling voice escaped his lips, "If I get another life, maybe I'll do something better." And then, darkness. Henry's eyes fluttered open. He was lying on a bed, a soft bed. He blinked in confusion, glancing around. Machines hummed softly. A hospital? His gaze scanned the room in disbelief. I'm alive. A smirk crept onto his face. Of course. I wouldn't die from just one stab. But I'll probably be stuck here a while. That wound was pretty deep. He reached for his abdomen, but then paused. Wait, why doesn't it hurt? He quickly lifted his shirt. No wound. No scar. No trace of the stabbing. Nothing. Just smooth skin. And something else. Wait a second, where are my abs? His once toned six-pack had turned into a soft, chubby belly. He stared at it in disbelief. Was I in a coma? But how did I gain this much weight? Frustrated, he looked around again. Where's my phone? Then his eyes landed on a tech band on the nearby table. He picked it up. It was sleek, futuristic, nothing like what he remembered. Wow. This looks brand new. But who left it here? Is this for me? With a deep breath, he smiled faintly. Must be a get-well-soon gift, probably from Mia. His cheeks turned a little red as he thought of her. Mia was his close friend, sweet, brave, and the only person who really saw past his tough guy image. He liked her. A lot, and he had a feeling she might have liked him too. Right after winning the gang fight, he was planning to confess to her, but fate had other plans. And now? Everything had changed, but this was just the beginning. Henry let out a deep breath as memories of the past swirled through his mind like smoke. He glanced at the watch lying on the table and thought, how'd I start this thing? He picked it up, examining the sides for any visible buttons, but found none. With a shrug, he tapped the screen. To his surprise, a glowing fingerprint scanner-like design lit up under his finger, and then a sudden flash of blue light burst from the watch. A holographic screen emerged right in front of him, hovering in the air. Startled, Henry stumbled back, pressing himself against the wall behind his bed. His eyes widened in disbelief as the shimmering hologram flickered. Before him, silently floating. Curious and cautious, he reached out to touch it. His palm passed straight through the screen, distorting it briefly like ripples on water. Gulping nervously, he extended a single finger this time, tapping the surface more gently. This time, he felt something. A faint resistance. A tingling sensation. He gasped. The screen responded. Like a futuristic smartphone, multiple icons and applications lit up across its surface. He stared in awe. Technologies, advanced this much? He whispered. A cold sweat ran down his temple. How long was I in a coma? He swiped through the apps until he found one that looked like a calendar. He tapped it. Date. August 12, 4050. Henry froze. His mouth opened, but no words came out. This has to be a joke, he muttered, laughing nervously. Some sort of prank. He stood up, legs still a little shaky, and walked toward the room's door. Slowly, he pushed it open and stepped into the corridor. Everything seemed normal. A hospital, just like any other. Doctors walked by with clipboards. Nurses were wheeling in patients. Monitors beeped softly in nearby rooms. He sighed in relief. Maybe it was all just some tech demo, but then a nurse rushed up to him, concern etched on her face. Sir, are you all right? Why did you leave your room? Your medical checkup isn't complete yet. Please return and get some rest. Henry blinked. She was dressed like a nurse, but her uniform was sleek, made of some shimmering fiber he'd never seen before. Her ID tag blinked in neon colors. He stared at her, then looked around again. Something was off. This wasn't the world he remembered. This wasn't 2024 anymore. This was the year 4050, and Henry had just woken up in the future. 2. Chapter 2. Mutant cells. What the heck does that mean? Henry tried to say something, but before he could, the nurse gently held his hand and guided him back to his room. She asked him to sit on the bed and then tapped on the tech band around her wrist. To Henry's shock, the same kind of holographic screen appeared in the air from her device, just like the one he had seen earlier. As she started operating the floating screen, she initiated a call to the doctor. Henry watched her with a mix of confusion and fascination, unable to process what was happening. Am I really in the future? He thought. But how is that even possible? How could I be alive after 250 years? His mind was reeling, lost in a storm of thoughts, when the nurse noticed his troubled expression and asked gently, "Is everything all right, sir? You seem a little uneasy." Henry looked at her with furrowed brows and asked in a low, hesitant voice, "Please, just tell me the truth. Are you guys playing some kind of prank on me?" The nurse blinked, visibly puzzled. "Prank? I don't understand, sir," she said. Before Henry could say anything else, a man walked into the room, clearly a doctor, smiling warmly. "Good evening, Sir Daniel. How are you feeling now?" Henry looked at him, utterly confused. "Daniel? Why did he just call me Daniel? My name is Henry." And then, a horrifying thought struck him. What if this isn't a hospital at all? What if they're part of some illegal organization and I'm just a test subject in one of their secret lab experiments? As that idea rooted itself deeper in his mind, Henry felt something snap inside. He was almost convinced now, something was definitely wrong. The doctor came closer to Henry and politely asked him to take off his shirt. Henry hesitated for a moment, uneasy with the request, but then slowly complied. The doctor then picked up a bundle of thin wires attached to a large monitor-like machine. At the ends of the wires were ultrafine pins, which he carefully placed on various acupuncture points across Henry's chest. "Take deep breaths," the doctor instructed. Henry obeyed, inhaling deeply again and again. As he did, the machine beside them lit up, displaying a full body scan, every detail about Daniel's physical condition flashed across the screen in real time: blood vessels, blood flow, fat percentage, stamina, strength. It was all there. Henry stared at the monitor in disbelief, his confusion only deepening. "I've seen this in novels and TV shows," he thought. "These people run experiments on humans. God knows what they do. They have tech like this. Machines that can scan a person down to their soul." Panic started to bubble inside him. He began to plan an escape in his mind, visualizing every step to get out of that room and run far away. But just as he was about to shift his focus toward the door, the doctor's voice snapped him back to reality. "What the? How did the mutant cells revert back to normal?" the doctor said, clearly alarmed. Henry's eyes widened. "Mutant cells? What the heck does that mean?" The doctor's voice snapped Henry out of his spiraling thoughts. He blinked, confused, and stared at the doctor, the words mutant cells echoing in his head. "Mutant cells?" He repeated to himself in shock. "That's it. I'm sure of it now. They've been running some kind of X-Men style experiment on me. What if they turn me into someone like Deadpool? Hideous but with extraordinary gifts. Actually, I wouldn't mind the powers. That would help me escape." A sudden panic struck him. "Wait, what if they've already turned me into some rotten-looking creature?" He immediately raised a hand to touch his own face, heart pounding. Then, frantically, he began searching the room for a mirror or anything reflective. His eyes finally landed on a polished glass panel on one of the machines nearby. What he saw made his eyes go wide with shock. He was looking at himself, or rather, at someone who looked like him but wasn't him. It wasn't the face he remembered, though he didn't exactly look like a rotten gourd. As he feared, it was definitely not his original face. His features were different, unfamiliar, sharper in some places, broader in others. Did they perform plastic surgery on me? He wondered in disbelief. They've changed my entire face, but honestly, I look kind of good. If I can just lose a bit of this weight, all the girls will be crushing on me. First things first though. I need to get out of this secret lab. Then another thought struck him. Why do they keep calling me Daniel? Maybe that's my experiment name, or maybe they don't know my real name at all. He glanced toward the doctor and the nurse again. They seem like decent people, he mused. And that nurse, she looks more like a model than a medical worker. What's someone like her doing in a place like this? Just then, the doctor spoke again, pulling Henry out of his whirlwind of thoughts. "Sir Daniel," he said calmly, "your mutant cells have reset. That means you'll have to start everything from the beginning. There's nothing to worry about otherwise, but you'll need to come in for regular checkups. Mutant cell reset isn't exactly common. In fact, I've never heard of it happening before. We'll need to monitor this closely." He gave Henry a reassuring smile and walked out of the room, leaving Henry in stunned silence. The nurse stepped forward, holding out a small duffel bag. "These are your clothes and personal belongings," she said gently. "Please change and complete the discharge formalities." If you need any help, just call. With that, she turned and exited the room, leaving Henry alone. He immediately jumped up from the bed and rushed to the door, cracking it open just enough to peek into the hallway. Nurses moved by, patients rested in nearby rooms, and the entire environment seemed like a normal, well-maintained hospital, except everything still felt off. He quietly shut the door and locked it from inside. Letting out a sigh of relief, he turned back to the bed and stared at the bag left behind. What the heck is going on here? He muttered to himself. None of this makes any sense. First, I wake up in the future, then find out I have mutant cells. And now I look like someone else. Shaking his head, he dropped to the edge of the bed and pulled the duffel toward him. Let's just start by checking my phone. Saying this aloud as if trying to anchor himself to reality, he flipped the bag over, dumping its contents across the bed. Clothes, a pair of sneakers, a sleek metallic ID card with the name Daniel A7, and finally, a device that looked like a futuristic version of a smartphone slid out. Henry stared at it. This doesn't look like any phone I've ever seen. He reached for it, heart beating fast, and picked it up with trembling fingers. The screen lit up instantly at his touch. A glowing interface flickered to life, pulsing softly like it was breathing. Okay, he whispered, eyes fixed on the device. Let's see what secrets you've got hidden inside. 3. Chapter 3. Sarah. Hero Academy. Okay, he whispered, eyes fixed on the device. Let's see what secrets you've got hidden inside. Henry stared at the pile on the bed, his brows furrowing deeper with every passing second. What the heck? He blurted out, clearly irritated. Whose stuff is this? Laid neatly on the bed was a crisp white shirt and a pair of black pants, both freshly pressed, as if waiting for someone important. Alongside them was a silver chain with a pendant shaped like a bird in mid-flight. Its wings stretched out gracefully, crafted with intricate detail. It shimmered like it was made of pure silver, catching the sterile room's light with a subtle glow. Beside it was a sleek armband, metallic, futuristic, with a faintly pulsing blue line that ran along its edges. It looked like something pulled straight out of a sci-fi movie, and Henry stared at it like it might explode any second. This can't be my stuff, he said, half to himself, half to the universe. They just gave me someone else's bag and thought I wouldn't notice? He picked up the shirt in frustration, only to pause as his eyes landed on the left breast pocket. There, stitched with fine silver thread, was a bold insignia, a stylized eagle in flight, talons extended as if ready to strike. Below it were the words, Sarah Hero Academy. Henry's grip loosened slightly as he whispered, Sarah. Hero Academy. What in the actual? His voice trailed off as possibilities rushed into his mind like a flood. Some sort of superhero school? Was he part of a program? A recruit? Or worse, was this all part of the twisted experiment they'd been running on him? He glanced at the bird-shaped locket again. It looked meaningful, symbolic. And it only raised more questions. Henry sank back onto the bed, holding the shirt in his lap, and stared at the words stitched on it as a strange chill ran down his spine. Okay, he muttered. What the heck have I gotten myself into? Henry read the words printed on the shirt and murmured, Hero Academy, that sounds familiar. A furrow appeared on his forehead. He tried to recall, eyes narrowing in concentration. Then, as if a cloud lifted from his memory, a spark lit in his eyes. Yes. That's the name, from Planet Conquest, that famous novel. There was an academy by this name that trained future heroes. He gave a faint smile, shaking his head slowly. Looks like that novel really blew up. Now they're even selling merchandise based on it. He looked again at the white shirt and black pants lying neatly on the bed. This looks exactly like the school uniform the protagonist wore. Maybe I should look up Planet Conquest. Perhaps they made an anime or show based on it. Tapping on his tech band, he chuckled. And this watch too. Probably inspired by the same thing. That novel must have gone viral. He began searching for Planet Conquest on the watch's browser. Within seconds, several sites popped up. Each site was loaded with detailed information about different planets, monsters, and advanced technology. Wow, Henry muttered in surprise. Everything is so detailed, but there's nothing about a show or series. Strange. If the novel was that famous, just typing the protagonist's name should have brought up tons of results. He refined his search. Justin of Planet Conquest. But again, the results were disappointing. No character bios, no fan pages, nothing. His excitement started to fade, and he muttered under his breath. Something's not right. He glanced back at the uniform. Then, with a hunch, he typed, Sarah Hero Academy. This time, what came up was nothing like before. There were full records, when the academy was founded, who the founder was, who the current principal is, how many students are enrolled, and where the academy's campuses are located. Everything was listed in astonishing detail, as if from an official government archive. Henry scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. This doesn't feel like part of a show or novel. This feels real. He looked at the clock, then noticed a window in the room. He walked toward it, pulled back the curtain, and looked outside. What he saw was a gleaming, futuristic city. Tall buildings, sleek cars moving through clean streets. But it was the people that caught his attention. Some wore strange clothes, carrying swords, spears, even bows. Their outfits resembled those of warriors heading into battle. Henry stepped back from the window, took a deep breath, and whispered to himself. Am I, in another world? A world based on the Planet Conquest novel? Henry looked back down at his tech band and tapped the screen again. Instantly, a holographic interface projected into the air in front of him, glowing softly like a sci-fi dream come to life. His eyes scanned the floating menu of applications, each icon unfamiliar and strange, except one. There it was. A logo, identical to the one on the uniform folded neatly on his bed. It matched perfectly. The app's name read, Sarah. Without hesitation, Henry tapped on it. The application launched, displaying an interface that looked like it belonged to a futuristic school management system. The header bore the name Sarah Hero Academy, and the dashboard was filled with information. Course modules, training routines, combat records, and notices. A notification panel on the side blinked softly, showing unread updates and alerts. But Henry ignored them for now. He navigated to the profile section, his fingers moving cautiously across the virtual interface. And then he saw it. His profile appeared on the screen, shocking him into silence. Name: Daniel Johnson. Age: 16. Gender: male. Class: C2. Rank: 581. Combat ability: 1. Mana: 1 element. Fire level: 1. Henry's brows furrowed. Daniel Johnson. He blinked, rereading the name. That wasn't his name. That wasn't who he was. But the system, this world, it believed otherwise. Looks like I really am someone else now, he whispered, staring at the floating stats. A beginner. With barely any power, he exhaled slowly. Flame affinity. Huh? A flicker of curiosity sparked in his eyes, an ember ready to ignite. 4. Chapter 4. Can you tell me who I am? And why I'm here? Seeing all that information left Henry stunned. His hands trembled slightly as he looked at his reflection in the nearby glass surface, then back at the profile image displayed in the academy system. The face was the same. Not his old one, but the one he saw in the mirror now. He muttered under his breath, voice barely above a whisper, if everything I'm seeing is real, then I'm inside a novel world. He stepped back, mind reeling, breath shaky. There's only one way left to be absolutely sure, he said quietly, gathering himself. Then after a long pause, he took in a deep breath and softly spoke. Soul panel. The moment the words left his lips, a screen suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, just like a computer monitor, except this one floated midair, translucent and glowing. It wasn't projected like the tech band's hologram. It existed purely within his vision. A system interface visible only to him. User: Daniel Johnson. Class: N.A. Level: 1. Stats: right pointing arrow rating. E. right pointing arrow strength. G. right pointing arrow agility. E. right pointing arrow stamina. E. right pointing arrow magic power. E+ right pointing arrow luck. GS, conditional, right pointing arrow intelligence. G+, right pointing arrow charm. G+, traits, right pointing arrow N. A, skills, right pointing arrow N. A. Taking a slow, measured step back, Daniel muttered under his breath, I should have realized it earlier, this isn't my body. I mean, who gains weight while in a coma? And even their face changes completely? His eyes drifted down to the uniform he was wearing, the smart watch. The unfamiliar reflection in the glass. All of this, it was right in front of me. I should have known from the start. I'm inside a novel. He exhaled, frustrated at his own slow realization, then tapped his tech band again. As the display lit up, he scanned the name on the profile once more. Daniel Johnson. And right now, he said quietly, voice thick with disbelief, I'm inside the body of a side character named Daniel Johnson. He closed his eyes and tried to recall what he knew. Daniel Johnson, he was mentioned at the very beginning of the novel. A minor character who picks a fight with the protagonist, and gets completely beaten down. After that, he vanishes. No further mention. No arc. No development. His only purpose in the story was to give the protagonist a flashy, powerful introduction and to help kick-start the main plot. A sad smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Poor Daniel, only created to be crushed. He sighed heavily and rubbed the back of his neck, unease creeping in. So now I'm him, the guy who's destined to get humiliated for the hero's big moment. Great. Just then, a small pop-up on his tech band caught his eye. It was a news update from the academy. Next week, Class C2 study tour to the National Museum. Daniel's eyes narrowed as he read the line. Then, suddenly, it clicked. This tour, it happens a week after Daniel gets beaten up by Justin, the protagonist. Which means, that fight already happened. That's why I'm in the hospital. His face went pale. So, my role in the story is already over. He stared at the ceiling blankly for a moment, then sat down, deep in thought. Possibilities ran through his mind like a chaotic storm. What now? He furrowed his brows. As far as I remember, Daniel Johnson comes from the powerful and wealthy Johnson family. But he's practically invisible within it. His distant cousin, the heir to the family, is the one everyone cares about. That guy is the second lead in the novel, powerful, handsome, and a close rival and best friend of the protagonist, Justin. But no matter what, he never defeats him. He paused. I know about Daniel's family, but I don't really know much about Daniel himself. Like, who are his parents? What's his standing in the family? What kind of life did he live? I have no idea. Daniel looked out the window once more, mind racing. All right. First step, I need to gather as much information as I can about Daniel Johnson. If I'm going to live this life, I need to know who I'm pretending to be. He gave a half smirk and muttered, maybe I should pretend I've lost my memory. Wouldn't be hard. After all, I really don't remember anyone. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Daniel sat quietly on the edge of the hospital bed, his mind still clouded with questions. He turned his attention to the tech band once again, carefully exploring all of its features. Everything from holographic projections to biometric scans, system notifications, and a few locked apps that required higher clearance. A short while later, a nurse entered the room, carrying a digital clipboard. Her tone was polite but efficient. Sir, all the procedures have been completed. You just need to settle the hospital bill, and then you're free to leave. Daniel looked up at her, eyes wide with uncertainty. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, voice filled with genuine confusion, can you tell me who I am? And why I'm here? The nurse blinked, taken aback by the question. Before she could respond, the door opened and a doctor stepped in, having already been briefed. He walked over to Daniel and began asking him a series of questions, his name, the current date, his family's name, and what he remembered last. Daniel, sticking to his decision, answered them all with a puzzled expression, pretending to struggle with every response. The doctor turned away briefly and muttered under his breath, it seems some of Mr. Daniel's memories may have been lost, we should inform the academy. A few minutes later, the situation took another turn. A man in a sleek black uniform stepped into the room, one of the Johnson family's private guards. Without saying much, he completed the discharge formalities with the staff, signed a few digital forms, and then turned to Daniel. It's time to go, young master, he said respectfully, though his voice lacked any warmth. Daniel stood up slowly, glancing once at the hospital room that had sheltered him after the incident. He followed the guard out, a quiet storm of thoughts swirling in his head. So it begins, he thought. A new life, in someone else's story. 5. Chapter 5. Was this how the story ended? Daniel sat quietly in the passenger seat of a sleek black car. gazing out the window as the vehicle sped across a massive suspension bridge. The sunlight reflected off the steel cables above, casting long shadows across the hood of the car. As he watched the scenery blur past, a strange familiarity settled within him. He knew this road. This bridge connected the mainland to a vast private island, the home of Sarahiro Academy. An elite institution for the training of future heroes, the entire island belonged to the academy. It wasn't just a school, it was a fortress, a city, a world unto itself. And Daniel was heading straight into its heart. More accurately, Henry was. He took a deep breath and leaned back in the seat, trying to piece everything together. He was no longer on Earth, not the Earth he knew, at least. This was Centauri, a planet where the rules of survival had changed dramatically. According to the novel's lore, the chaos began in 2022. Without warning, rifts. Strange, glowing portals opened across the skies. From these tiers in reality emerged an intelligent and terrifying new species, armed with advanced weapons and powers beyond human comprehension. They attacked without mercy. The world fell into panic. These invaders were soon given a name, Asuras. Stronger, faster, and far more dangerous than any human, Asuras were nearly 10 times more powerful than ordinary people. In the beginning, humanity stood no chance. Cities burned, armies crumbled, and the world trembled on the edge of extinction. But then something extraordinary happened. Certain individuals began to awaken powers of their own, unexplainable abilities, drawn from deep within. They came to be known as heroes. These awakened warriors pushed back against the Asuras, matching their strength with raw determination and evolving gifts. After years of brutal war, an agreement was finally reached, a fragile peace between the two species. Though the battles ceased, the awakening had already changed humanity forever. The heroes who saved the world became legends. And from their vision, the Sarahiro Academy was born, to train the next generation of protectors, to ensure the world never again stood unprepared. And now, Daniel Johnson, or rather, the body Henry now occupied, was one of those chosen few. The Johnson family carried a proud legacy. His predecessor, James Johnson, was one of the founding heroes, renowned for his ability to create and manipulate fire at will. That power had passed on through the bloodline, and now most Johnson children awakened with fire-based abilities. But legacy didn't guarantee greatness. Daniel Johnson was proof of that. Though he had awakened to the flame affinity, he had never advanced beyond the lowest level. His stats were weak. His combat ability, pathetic. In the original novel, Daniel was barely even a side character. His only purpose had been to antagonize the protagonist early on and then fade into irrelevance. But now things were different. Henry had noticed something strange the moment he'd seen his status window. His element was blank. It had reset entirely. The flame affinity was gone. And there was no guarantee he would awaken it again. That meant one thing. He would have to grow stronger without relying on the flame affinity at all. No flashy flames. No inherited advantage. Just grit, strategy, and whatever new path he could carve out for himself in a world built for legends. Daniel was still lost in thought, consumed by the whirlwind of revelations, when the car suddenly jolted. Without warning, the driver twisted the steering wheel sharply, swerving the vehicle toward the edge of the bridge. What the? Daniel was thrown sideways, slamming against the door as the tires screeched in protest. The next second, the car burst through the guardrail with a metallic crunch and plunged into the air. Crash. With a deafening splash, the car hit the water below. The world outside became a blur of bubbles and refracted light as the vehicle sank into the dark, icy depths of the river. Water began flooding in through the cracks almost immediately, cold and merciless. Daniel gasped and turned toward the driver's seat, heart pounding, only to find the man staring back at him with a twisted, mocking smile. "What the heck are you doing?" Daniel shouted, fury and confusion mixing in his voice. The driver chuckled, a low, eerie sound, and calmly reached for the door handle on his side. "Sorry, Daniel sir," he said with an unsettling calmness, "but it's time for you to sleep peacefully now." With that, he opened the door. Water surged in, and the current tried to pull him out, but the driver moved effortlessly, as if he'd done this 100 times before. He stepped out of the car with a final smirk, letting the door swing open for a brief second. Then click. Daniel lunged for his own door, trying to force it open, but it wouldn't budge. He tried the windows. Nothing. The locks had engaged automatically. He looked back toward the surface. Light was growing faint, the water around him murky and thick. The driver had used a remote lock. He had trapped Daniel inside. Panic surged through him as the water rose to his chest. He pounded on the glass, adrenaline flooding his system. Come on, think. He had no flame affinity now. No super strength. No powers. Just a sinking car, and lungs running out of time. Was this how the story ended? No, not his story, not yet. Daniel's eyes locked onto the driver. No, the assassin, who now floated effortlessly outside the car, just beyond the shattered guardrail's twisted shadow. The water shimmered around him like glass, distorting his face, but Daniel could still see that mocking smirk. The man raised one hand slowly and waved, a casual goodbye. A gesture soaked in arrogance. Daniel's jaw clenched. Fury surged through him, pushing aside the fear that threatened to drown him faster than the water rising inside the car. He raised his right hand and returned the gesture, not with a wave, but with his middle finger raised high, and his other hand slicing across his neck. If I survive this, you'll be the first I send to heck. Then, with every ounce of strength he had, Daniel drove his fist into the window. Crack. The glass quivered but didn't shatter. Outside, the driver watched with amusement. He simply shrugged, as if to say, try all you want. Then, like a predator satisfied with his kill, he turned and began swimming away, slow, deliberate, knowing there was nothing Daniel could do. But Daniel wasn't done. He wasn't giving in to some third-rate villain's script. This isn't where I die, he told himself, staring at the spider web of cracks now forming on the glass. Not today. Not in a darn side character's death scene. And with that thought, he pulled back his arm again, blood already trickling from his knuckles, and prepared for one more strike. 6. Chapter 6. Crud. Water was now rising rapidly inside the car, up to Daniel's waist. His breathing was heavy, fear visible in his eyes, and sweat clinging to his forehead despite the cold water. He muttered in a panicked voice. What the heck is going on? I'm just a side character. Why am I in a life and death situation like this? His mind was racing, thoughts tumbling over one another. Is this what happened to Daniel in the novel? But after getting beaten by Justin, Daniel was never mentioned again. Was all this happening in the background? Did the novel just never reveal it? As he drowned in confusion, something beneath the water caught his attention. Heavy ripples, movement. Daniel looked forward, and what he saw made his heart slam against his ribs. A monstrous snake, massive and terrifying, its body covered in green and black patterns, was surging through the water like a torpedo, heading straight for the driver. What the? Daniel whispered, frozen. The driver seemed to sense something, but it was too late. In a split second, the snake opened its monstrous jaws and swallowed the driver whole. No struggle. No scream. Just silence. Daniel's eyes widened in sheer terror. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Oh heck no, he muttered, scrambling low to the car's floor, pressing himself behind the seat like a terrified child hiding under a blanket. His trembling fingers gripped the corner as he crouched there, barely breathing. Seconds passed. Then he slowly peeked through the water-streaked window. The snake was swimming away. Its long tail shimmered in the light, vanishing into the depths. Daniel's breath returned in stuttered bursts, came in like a storm, and left just as fast, he whispered. He let out a long, shaking sigh of relief, but his heart was still pounding like a drum. This darn novel, it's gonna kill me one day, he muttered, soaked to the bone and shivering in fear. Daniel had just taken a sigh of relief, his chest rising and falling in short, panicked bursts, when it hit him. He still had to get out of the car. Darn it, he muttered, spinning toward the door. He reached for the lock, trying to lift it, but it didn't budge. He tried again. Nothing. Of course my luck would be this bad, he muttered bitterly under his breath. First I die, then get thrown into this world, and now, not even half a day later, I'm about to die again? His voice was a mix of anger and despair. Fury building in his chest, Daniel slammed his fist into the car window. Nothing. Not even a scratch. Seriously? Then something sparked inside him. A thought. A reminder. Wait, I'm not just a normal guy anymore. I have mana. I have power. He narrowed his eyes, clenched his fist tightly, and focused. Heat stirred inside his knuckles, like embers begging to erupt. Let's see what you've got. With all his might, he hurled a mana-infused punch at the glass, a faint crack. Not much, but it was a start. Growling now, Daniel kept punching, again, and again. Each strike bringing more force, more blood. His knuckles split open, blood mixing with the cold water. But he didn't stop, couldn't. The car was almost fully submerged now. With a final, bone-shattering punch, the glass exploded outward in a spray of water and shards. Daniel pulled himself through the shattered window, gasping as he emerged into the dark, freezing depths. He swam up, pulling with everything he had. But then, he froze. Something in the distance. A shape, massive, moving. Daniel squinted. His heart sank. No, 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 realization dawned, and fear wrapped itself around his spine. Without wasting another second, he dove back into the car, squeezing into the broken shell, holding his breath and hoping the shadows wouldn't notice him. But it was too late. The monstrous serpent, the same one that had swallowed the driver whole, surged through the water, its massive jaws opening once again. And in one horrifying moment, it swallowed the entire car. Daniel's eyes went wide as he was engulfed in darkness and slime and death. And from deep within that nightmare, one final, helpless whisper left his lips. Crud. Deep in the ocean's abyss, the massive serpent glided silently through the water, its colossal body undulating like a dark wave. Inside its gullet, lodged within the muscular food pipe, was a car that held the unconscious Daniel. By sheer luck, the car hadn't been pushed further down into the beast's digestive tract. It had momentarily stuck, wedged against the serpent's insides. But the snake wasn't done. Its internal muscles writhed and constricted, forcing the car forward inch by inch. Gradually, it moved. The vehicle creaked and groaned as it was pushed lower, closer to the stomach. Finally, it arrived at a precarious spot, a shallow ledge within the creature's gut. Just below it loomed a seething pool of acid, boiling, hissing, deadly. One drop was enough to melt flesh in seconds. And that's exactly where the car was heading. Inside, Daniel stirred. His eyelids fluttered, his nose wrinkled. What the heck is that smell? He muttered, instinctively clamping his nose shut with one hand. He sat up groggily, blinking against the dim light, and then his heart nearly stopped. Where am I? Without wasting another second, he scrambled toward the broken window and leapt out of the car, tumbling onto the slimy, ribbed surface of the beast's innards. Behind him, a hissing sound. Foosh! He turned just in time to see the car slip from the ledge and plunge into the acidic pit below. Whoosh! The impact ignited the fuel tank. The car erupted into flames. Fire and acid collided in a horrifying spectacle, sending waves of heat rippling through the snake's belly. Daniel's eyes widened in terror. He was battered, bruised, and utterly drained of mana. But seeing death that close, again, sent a fresh surge of adrenaline roaring through his veins. Nope. Not today. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up and began limping, then running, toward the only way he knew. Back through the food pipe. His legs screamed in protest. His skin burned from contact with the acidic air, but he kept going. Behind him, boom! The car exploded. The blast tore through the stomach's lining like a thunderclap. The shockwave hurled Daniel off his feet. He slammed into the ground, skidding across the slick flesh of the food pipe. He groaned, coughing violently, but he was alive. The explosion had rocked the creature's entire body. Acid sloshed. Muscles spasmed. But somehow, Daniel had made it out of range, just in time. Panting, trembling, he pushed himself up on his elbows. What the heck is this world? But he didn't stop. Not now. The will to survive was back, and he wasn't done yet. 7. Chapter 7. Great choices. Daniel slowly pushed himself up again, breathing heavily as he glanced around. He was still trapped inside the food pipe of the monstrous serpent. The air was thick, humid, and rank with the smell of acid and rot. But then, something caught his eye. Dangling between the rib-like bones of the serpent's internal structure, something dark, black, was stuck. Curiosity tugged at him. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully stepped toward it. The object appeared to be coated in some black element, shaped like a tablet. Around 15 centimeters long. It pulsed faintly, as if it held something more than just matter, as if it were alive. Meanwhile, the serpent outside was writhing in agony. The pain in its stomach had grown unbearable. With a guttural groan, it opened its massive jaws and began gulping in water, desperate to ease the burning inside. The sudden whooshing sound of water rushing in made Daniel freeze. His eyes widened in panic. Crud. Water. He darted toward a nearby vein-like structure, throwing himself behind it and grabbing onto a narrow crevice in the fleshy wall with all his strength. The surge came just moments later, crashing through the food pipe like a tidal wave. Daniel held on for dear life. The water roared past him, nearly dragging him with it, but after a few terrifying seconds, it was gone. Silence returned, as if nothing had ever happened. Daniel slumped against the wall, drenched, shaking, but alive. Survived, again, he muttered, breathing hard. Then he chuckled to himself bitterly. Survived? Really? You're still inside a giant snake, you idiot. He shook his head, half laughing, half despondent. How can someone's luck be this bad? I haven't even been in this world for a full day, and I've already had 3 near-death experiences. Is this really what happened to Daniel in the novel? Maybe that's why he never shows up again. Maybe the writer never even thought this far. He paused, eyes narrowing. But wait, just writing or thinking something wouldn't be enough to create a whole world like this. Right? Unless, this is some kind of deleted script, or an alternate draft. Daniel's breathing grew erratic. His mind spun. What the heck is going on here? Am I dreaming? A really long, screwed-up dream? Frustrated, he suddenly exploded, throwing his arms in the air and yelling. "Aw, this is making me fking mad." His voice echoed within the hollow serpent's body. What am I? A F-King protagonist now. I'm just a side character, you sucking writer, or whoever you are. He launched into a barrage of curses and slurs, too vile for even his own ears. After a long, tense silence, he sighed, deep and defeated. There's no point losing my mind over this. Thinking too much won't help. First, I need to find a way out of here. He looked down, thinking aloud. There are only 2 ways out, either I get out through the mouth, he grimaced. Or I get digested and come out the other end, as poop. He fell silent for a moment, then muttered with a bitter laugh, great choices. But then his expression changed. A realization crept into his eyes. Wait, if I'm not wrong, this isn't just any snake. This is a mythical beast. A divine serpent. Selena. One of the guardian beasts of Centauri. His heart pounded again. Divine serpent Selena, a mythical beast feared across realms. Facing her meant one thing for sure, certain death. Selena was not just powerful, she was a force of nature. Her strength rivaled that of ancient dragons. She could manipulate water at will, twisting, turning, shaping it into weapons or shields or torrents. Capable of drowning entire cities. Her command over aquatic magic was absolute, and on top of that, she wielded poisons so potent they could paralyze armies, along with a range of devastating magical attacks. If she wished, she could wipe out thousands in the blink of an eye. Thankfully, Selena preferred the solitude of the ocean. She hunted only sea creatures, dwelling deep beneath the waves, rarely surfacing, and almost never attacking human civilizations. But now, things were different. Daniel had somehow ended up inside her. A few moments passed as he ventured deeper into the massive serpent's body. Eventually, he stumbled into a pulsating chamber. A large, rhythmic thumping echoed all around. He didn't need to think twice. His eyes locked onto the massive organ at the center. It was the serpent's heart. Selena's heart was enormous, as large as a small house, and glowing with a soft, eerie light. It didn't just beat, it radiated energy. Daniel stared at it, mesmerized. His eyes began to gleam, but not with wonder or fear, it was greed. Pure, primal greed. This wasn't the shine of a reflection, it wasn't curiosity. It was the unmistakable glimmer of temptation. This is power, Daniel whispered to himself, stepping closer, drawn to the glowing heart like a moth to flame. He could feel it pulsing, not just physically, but spiritually, something inside that heart called to him. beckoned him, promised him something more, something greater. What was this feeling? Was it the serpent's influence? Or something darker, something awakened within Daniel himself? In this world, there are countless types of beasts, monsters, and demons. As diverse and dangerous as they may be, there is one thing common among them all: the core. This core is generally referred to as the mana core, though some call it the spiritual core, beast core, or even demon core. It acts as a center of energy, a source of their strength and power. Interestingly, these cores are not only found in monsters or demons. Even awakened humans possess them. Ordinary humans do not have any core, but once they awaken, a core begins to form within them. Why or how this happens has never been clearly explained. If Daniel Johnson had tried to fight this serpent, it wouldn't have taken a second for the beast to crush him and tear him apart. He was lucky that when the snake swallowed him, he was still inside the car. Otherwise, his fate would have been the same as that poor driver who had tried to kill him. That man had likely already been digested by now. Daniel Johnson stared longingly at Selena's heart. In this specific place within the snake, Selena couldn't harm him. And right in front of him was a mythical beast core. Something rarer than rare, something that was thought to be impossible. But now, that impossible was visible and within his reach. And without that core, Selena wouldn't survive for much longer. Daniel stared at the beating heart for a while, then muttered to himself, "But how do I rip this thing apart and get the core out?" First, he tried to dig his nails into Selena's heart, attempting to tear into it, but it didn't work. After struggling for a few moments, he paused, falling into thought. A few seconds later, he touched the heart's muscular surface. Squinting and breathing deeply. Then, surprisingly, he opened his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and hesitantly tried to taste it. He recoiled slightly and exhaled sharply. "Don't overthink it, Henry," he told himself. "It's like chicken meat, just a bit raw." With that, he suddenly lunged forward, tearing into Selena's heart with his teeth and devouring it like an animal. He hadn't intended to eat it this way, but he knew doing so might grant him a title, and that was Ward It. Meanwhile, far out in the ocean, Selena, the divine serpent, thrashed in unbearable agony. Her howls echoed through the sea, sending every sea creature fleeing in terror. Not even the most mindless fish dared come near her now. Maddened by pain and fury, Selena unleashed her powers around her, powerful water strikes, magical blasts, chaotic energy. When nothing brought her relief, she began slamming her own body against the ocean floor, writhing and thrashing violently. Back inside the serpent's body, Daniel continued to devour her heart with primal hunger. His face and clothes were drenched in blood, which now gushed from the still beating heart and sprayed all over him. He didn't care. His focus remained solely on devouring the flesh. Then, suddenly, with the blood came the glowing beast core, sliding out of the heart, shrinking as it emerged, and drifting directly toward Daniel. Without even realizing, Daniel inhaled it along with a mouthful of flesh. The core passed into him, unnoticed. But then, things changed. Daniel's vision blurred. His surroundings began to spin, and then, darkness. He collapsed, unconscious, still covered in the blood of a god. 8. Chapter 8. Wait. Did I eat the core? Outside, in the vast ocean, Selena's body finally went still after moments of agonizing thrashing. The sea grew eerily calm, and then a voice echoed inside Daniel's mind. "Divine Serpent Selena has been slain. You have successfully defeated a mythical beast." Several hours later, Daniel regained consciousness. He was lying still, drenched in dry, crusted blood. In front of his eyes, glowing notifications hovered in the air. "You have gained 1 trillion express points. New title acquired. God Eater. New passive trait unlocked. Divine Serpent Will. Divine Serpent Heart. Error. New skills acquired. Poison Saliva Poison Resistance Absolute Digestion Dash." Daniel stared at the floating text, his heart pounding with the thrill of transformation, and the unknown weight of what he'd just become. Daniel's mind was echoing with the lingering words of the system, but right now, he was fixated on one thing. Where the heck did Selena's core go? He searched every inch of the area where her heart had once pulsed, but the glowing core was nowhere in sight. The blood had stopped flowing. The massive organ now looked lifeless. For half an hour, Daniel combed through the remains, growing increasingly anxious. Frustrated, he muttered under his breath. Where could it have gone? Don't tell me. Did Selena hide it before dying? Scratching his head, his worry grew deeper. If she comes back to reclaim it, she might resurrect. That core could help her return, and if that happens. He trailed off, biting his lip in unease. With a helpless shrug, he slumped down against a jagged wall of the inner chamber. I killed her, sure. But how the heck am I supposed to get out of this place? His eyes scanned the now empty space. There's no water flooding in right now, so this thing's acting like a grounded submarine. But I can't stay here forever. It's going to start stinking soon, and if I try to swim up, can I even hold my breath that long? He sighed again. At least I got a ton of express and some skills out of it. Let's check what I actually gained. He took a deep breath and softly said, Soul panel. And instantly, a glowing blue panel appeared in the air before him. User: Daniel Johnson. Title: God Slayer. Class: N.A. Level: 1. Stats: Rating: E Strength, G Agility, E Stamina, E Magic Power, E plus Luck, GS, Conditional, Intelligence, G plus Charm, G plus Traits, Passive, Divine Serpent Will, 2. Right pointing arrow Divine Serpent Heart, your willpower is enhanced. Right pointing arrow error. Skills: Poison Saliva, Poison Resistance, Absolute Digestion dash. Daniel's brows furrowed as he studied the panel. Level 1. Even after getting a trillion express, he tilted his head, clearly confused. And what the heck is this error? Why is that even listed as a trait? His eyes settled on Divine Serpent Heart, and a sudden realization struck him. Wait. Did I eat the core? The thought made his stomach churn, and then settle. He remembered the moment. The heat, the glowing energy. The thing that slid into him when he was too distracted by hunger. Crud, I really did eat it. But that also meant, he didn't just slay a god, he had become something else entirely. Daniel's eyes lit up. The moment he glanced at his updated status, it felt as if time had come to a standstill. He had received multiple new abilities, skills, and most importantly, a title that made his lips curve into a grin. Title: God Slayer. The one who can even kill gods. Looking at the title, Daniel chuckled. Well, this must have been the weakest god among them, but a god nonetheless. Killing it definitely earned me this title. I've always wondered, what comes after this? There are creatures in this world, mythical and divine beasts that have existed for centuries. Some are even immortal, said to be impossible to kill. But with this title, maybe they aren't so impossible anymore. He let out a light laugh. If I become powerful enough, of course. His gaze shifted to the express section. 1 trillion express. It was more than enough to increase his level 100 times over. But he knew jumping too many levels at once would break his body apart. Even the system seemed to understand that, as it hadn't immediately leveled him up. Instead, it offered him a choice, something that shocked Daniel. After all, normal systems didn't grant favors like this. Only the protagonist, Justin, had a private AI system that catered to him, gave him missions, and basically handed him power on a silver platter. Daniel's system, on the other hand, was a common one. It merely displayed stats. No AI. No special missions. Just cold, hard data. He sighed. Of course he gets the royal treatment. He is the protagonist, after all. Shaking off the thought, Daniel's eyes scanned over to his traits. Looks like my eyesight has been enhanced, he murmured. He stood up, eyes searching for the divine serpent's core. Everything looked crystal clear, yet the core was nowhere to be found. With a disappointed sigh, he reverted his eyesight to normal. Where the heck did that core go? His gaze moved again, this time landing on a different trait. My willpower has improved too, he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. Curious, he opened the skill tab. Poison Saliva. I can now turn my saliva into poison when I want. Not bad, although it probably won't affect stronger opponents. Poison Resistance. Poison can't harm me anymore. Absolute Digestion. No matter what or how much I eat, I can instantly digest it. Dash. Move 10 meters at the speed of light without spending mana. Reading through the skills, Daniel couldn't help but smile. His fingers twitched in anticipation. Let's test dash first. He activated the skill. Nothing happened, he was still standing in the same spot. Daniel frowned. Huh? Guess I really do have to run. He sprinted forward, and suddenly the world slowed down. Time itself bent around him. For Daniel, everything moved like molasses as he dashed through the 10 meters. But when he stopped, he realized he hadn't made the full distance. Still, the effect was noticeable. It's not that I can dash 10 meters, he mused, it's that I get a window of slowed time long enough to move 10 meters. If I can. He let out another amused chuckle. Nice. Then his eyes drifted to the dead serpent's body. Absolute digestion, he muttered. Should I eat it? For a moment, he recoiled at the thought. No, come on, I can't eat that thing. But then his inner voice argued, it's full of nutrients, Daniel. It could help you level up faster, maybe even reveal the core. Reluctantly, he gave in. Fine. He clasped his hands in prayer. Thank you for the meal, he said, and began eating. 6 hours later, half the serpent was gone. 12 hours later, he had devoured it entirely. Letting out a massive burp, Daniel patted his belly. I still can't believe I just ate that. He looked down at himself. His body had completely transformed. His fat had vanished, his muscles had tightened, and his long-lost six-pack was back in full form. Flexing his arms, he smirked. This is what I missed. Congratulations. You have gained a new trait. God Eater. You can now consume gods and absorb their powers. Daniel's eyes lit up. God Slayer, and now God Eater. These are going to be useful when we face the real gods later. Guess I'm lucky I got them early. Looking around, Daniel realized he was still deep beneath the ocean, but he was breathing effortlessly, like a creature born of the sea. Must be one of my new traits or the title's effect, he guessed. Then he saw something near the divine serpent's remains. Its skeleton had collapsed, but no sign of the core. What did catch his attention, however, was a small egg, slightly larger than a chicken's, resting beside the bones. Daniel stared. Should I eat this too? He hesitated. If this egg contains the next divine serpent and it hatches, it might come for revenge. But I could also raise it. It's easier to tame something while it's still in the egg. He started pacing, debating with himself. Not a single sea creature was in sight. They must have fled after sensing the presence of the god's killer, Daniel realized. Even the ocean fears me now. Finally, he made up his mind. I'll keep it. He picked up the egg and scanned the area. Nearby, clusters of mana crystals shimmered, each of high value on the market. He pocketed a few and began swimming toward the surface. Far in the distance, he saw an island. It had to be Sarahiro Academy. I can see that far, must be the enhanced eyesight again, he muttered. Without wasting time, Daniel swam. For hours, he moved relentlessly until finally, level up. You are now at level 2, rang in his head. His stamina had dropped, but he didn't feel even a trace of fatigue. Reaching the shore, he found a large tree and hid the mana crystals in a hollow at its base. Then he whispered, Soul Panel. User, Daniel Johnson. Titles. God Slayer, God Eater. Class. N.A. Level. 2. Stats. To rating. E to strength. E to agility. E to stamina. E. To magic power. D to luck. GS. Conditional. To intelligence. G+. To charm. G+. Traits. To passive. Divine Serpent's Will. 2. Divine Serpent's Heart. Your willpower is enhanced. Error. Skills. To active. Poison saliva poison resistance. Absolute digestion -9. Chapter 9 And Who Might You Be? After checking his soul panel, Daniel muttered to himself, my strength, stamina, and mana have increased a little, but aside from that, nothing too impressive. He chuckled softly. Figures. What difference can a single level even make? With a faint smirk, Daniel began running, pushing himself through the forest-covered stretch of the island. It wasn't just to get back to the academy. He was also testing his stamina, curious to see how long he could keep going without exhaustion. After a while, the grand silhouette of the Sarahiro Academy came into view. Still jogging, he made his way toward the towering front gates. As he approached, he noticed something that made him pause. Only 2 guards were stationed outside. Daniel raised an eyebrow. The most secure place in the world, guarded by just 2 people? Yeah, feels super safe. Sarcasm dripped from his inner voice. Brushing off the thought, he walked straight up to the gate. Both guards eyed him suspiciously. One of them stepped forward and said, "Show your identification." Daniel raised his wrist and displayed his tech band. The guards glanced at it, then at his face, verifying his ID through their system. "What were you doing outside the campus?" one of them asked. Daniel kept his expression neutral. "I got injured during training, so I went to the hospital," he replied smoothly. "On the way back, my car went off the bridge. I had to swim all the way here." The guards exchanged a glance, then checked something on their device. After a moment, one of them nodded. "All right. You're clear. Go on in." Daniel gave a small nod and stepped through the gates, his mind already focused on the next move. Daniel stepped through the grand arch of the academy for the very first time. The scale of the place took his breath away. It was massive, far bigger than he'd imagined. Towering buildings stretched across the campus, and the pristine, high-tech surroundings gave off the unmistakable aura of a place built to shape the world's strongest heroes. But as impressive as it looked, Daniel had no idea where to go. Which way is the dormitory again? He wondered, looking around at the crisscrossing paths and towering signs that made no sense to him. Without wasting more time, he tapped his tech band and opened the Sarah Academy application. Within seconds, a detailed 3D map of the campus sprang to life on the screen. "Boys' dormitory," he muttered to himself as he traced the route with his finger. Guided by the map, Daniel followed the highlighted path. A few minutes later, he arrived at a sleek modern building that stood out with its neat architecture and automatic sliding glass doors. Just beside the entrance was a small office with a nameplate that read, "Dormitory in Charge." Inside, an elderly man was hunched over his phone, squinting as he scrolled through something intently. Daniel stepped forward and called out gently, "Gupta uncle?" The old man looked up slowly, lifting his glasses with a curious expression. "And who might you be?" Daniel blinked. For a moment, he was confused. He doesn't recognize me? Then it hit him. He had lost a lot of weight. His face was slimmer, his overall appearance more defined. Scratching his head awkwardly, he replied, "It's me, Uncle Gupta, Daniel Johnson." The man's eyes widened in surprise. "You, Daniel?" Daniel rubbed his arms and did a small fake shiver for effect. "Uncle, could you please give me the key to my dorm room? I lost mine." Uncle Gupta chuckled, shaking his head. "You didn't lose it. When they took you to the hospital, your key was returned to me." He reached into a drawer and pulled out a small silver key, handing it over. "I heard you had an accident on your way to the academy." Daniel smiled wryly as he took the key. "Yeah, I sort of fell into the ocean, but I swam my way back." Uncle Gupta stared at him for a moment before letting out a low whistle. "Well, if nothing else, you've made a memorable entrance." Daniel grinned. "Guess I like to keep things dramatic." Uncle Gupta chuckled as he handed over the key, giving Daniel a curious look. "No wonder you look a bit thinner than before," he said with a smile. "But this is nothing, Daniel. On the journey to becoming a hero, you'll face dangers that'll make this look like a walk in the park. Your life will constantly dangle on the edge of death." His tone grew serious for a moment. "Becoming a hero isn't easy. You'll face beasts and demons you've never even imagined. Creatures that live in nightmares. But all in good time. For now, these are your days to enjoy. That's what this academy is built for, so kids can grow in an environment where training and fun go hand in hand." Daniel nodded and accepted the key with a grateful smile. "Thanks, Uncle Gupta," he said politely. As he turned and walked away, a smirk curved on his lips. "No one would believe I just came back from the jaws of death," he thought. The irony of walking casually through the academy gates after surviving a car crash and almost drowning wasn't lost on him. He let out a small laugh as he climbed the stairs to his dorm room, the sound light and disbelieving. When he finally pushed open the door to his room, the sight that greeted him made him pause. The space was filled with strange and flashy things. Expensive clothes hanging in a wardrobe, branded shoes neatly lined up in the corner, and a collection of toys and action figures displayed proudly on a shelf. Daniel blinked, taken aback. Daniel brought all this to the academy? He muttered to himself, then chuckled. Weird guy. He scratched the back of his head and added, half to himself and half to the room, actually, my real life room isn't all that different. Maybe we're not so different, this Daniel and I accept, this one's a bit lazier. And weaker. Still smiling, he pulled out his night clothes from the wardrobe and laid them neatly on the bed. Then, without much ceremony, he peeled off his wet clothes and dropped them into a nearby bucket. After that, he walked up to the mirror mounted on the dressing table and gave himself a good, long look. Flexing his arms, he admired the shape of his biceps, then turned slightly to check out his six-pack abs. His height still wasn't much to boast about, but even then, he had to admit, he looked pretty good, handsome, even. But then something made him freeze. His smile faded as his eyes widened at the reflection staring back, his hair. His eyes, the vibrant red that once burned with intensity, had dulled. Now, both his hair and his eyes had shifted to a darker, blackish tone. The fiery hue was barely visible anymore. Daniel leaned in closer, stunned. What the heck? 10. Chapter 10. Daniel was back. The dark color reminded Daniel of that strange item he had found lodged deep inside the snake's food pipe. This item. With furrowed brows, Daniel retrieved it and examined it again. What is this? But no matter how hard he stared, he couldn't figure out what it was. For a while, he tried different experiments, dipping it in water, throwing it against the wall, even slicing it with a knife. But none of it worked. The item remained unchanged, as if it existed outside the laws of matter. What's this crud? Whatever, it's not the end of the world. Eventually, he gave up. Placing the item carefully on the table, he sat on his bed and kept staring at it, trying to make sense of what it could be. But fatigue crept in slowly. Still lost in thought, Daniel lay down and drifted off to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, the black element that had been covering the mysterious item began to melt. It oozed like thick tar, slowly liquefying. The viscous substance slid off the item and dripped down the edge of the table, crawling across the floor. It reached the base of Daniel's bed. Then, without warning, it surged upward. The black liquid crept over the edge and slithered onto the blanket, inching toward Daniel's hand. And the moment it touched his skin, it reacted. Instantly, it spread like wildfire, rushing over Daniel's body, coating him in a slick, black sheen. Daniel's eyes snapped open in shock. What's going on? He gasped, trying to sit up, but it was too late. The black element had already covered him entirely. In front of him now stood a terrifying monster, made entirely from the same black element. It loomed over him, its body pulsing and morphing, advancing slowly, menacingly. But just then, Daniel saw a massive shadow behind the creature, a snake's shadow. He turned around, and there it was. The very same colossal serpent he had once consumed. Selena, Daniel whispered, his voice barely audible. The black entity, as if reacting to the name, began to change. Its body swelled in size, matching the snake's form. It twisted and shifted until it looked almost exactly like the serpent. Then all heck broke loose. The two giants lunged at each other. The black element wrapped itself around Selena, attempting to overwhelm her. But Selena responded in kind. Her body began to glow with intense heat. As her scales heated up, the black entity began to melt and slide off. The liquid pooled at her feet. Selena opened her jaws and began to consume it. Her tongue darted out, licking the puddle clean. Bit by bit, she pulled it in, until there was nothing left. At that very moment, Daniel's eyes shot open. His forehead was soaked in sweat. He sat up abruptly, panting, his breath ragged as though he'd been running for miles. What was that? He asked himself. Trying to calm himself, he ran a hand through his damp hair. Then, his eyes landed on the table. The item was still there. But beside it now, he noticed something else, a small diary. He picked it up and flipped through it. The pages were filled with potion recipes and medical notes, all scribbled in a neat but archaic handwriting. Daniel let out a disappointed sigh. That's it? I thought this thing was guarding some treasure or something. Yawning, he tossed the diary onto the table, changed his clothes, and crawled back into bed. Soon, the room was quiet again. But somewhere, deep in the shadows, something had changed. Something was watching. The next morning, Daniel got ready, slipping into a different uniform than before. With his collar straightened and jacket neatly buttoned, he stepped out of his dormitory. As he walked into the open, the campus of Sarahiro Academy unfolded. Before him in all its grand and futuristic glory, students in various uniforms moved about purposefully, heading toward their respective classrooms. Towering buildings lined the campus, each architecturally distinct yet part of a harmonious design. Training halls, massive gyms, and vast open grounds surrounded him on every side. There were specialized facilities for everything, from libraries brimming with advanced manuals to weapon vaults stocked with state-of-the-art gear. But it wasn't just about combat. The academy also offered fully equipped centers for cultural activities and sports. Despite being a battle academy for future heroes, Sarahiro Academy prioritized one thing above all else: giving heroes the experience of a normal university life. Daniel had read about this place in his favorite novel. But the real thing? It was far grander than he had ever imagined. Eyes gleaming with awe, Daniel took it all in. His heart raced, not just because he was here, but because he was finally going to study alongside the characters he had once idolized. His favorite characters, his favorite story. He had long dreamed of this moment, but that excitement began to fade the moment he approached his classroom. As Daniel walked through the corridor, he noticed students glancing at him, and then whispering. The hush was unmistakable. Wherever he passed, voices dropped to murmurs, but his sharpened hearing picked up every word. "That bastard is back again," one student hissed under their breath. Daniel exhaled deeply, saying to himself, "Doesn't look like life is going to be easy around here." Another voice chimed in, "I thought he died falling into the sea." TCH. He still has the nerve to show his face around here? A boy sneered, not even bothering to lower his tone. Daniel could hear every word. Ever since the mysterious change, his hearing had improved drastically, but instead of reacting, he kept walking, calm, unbothered on the surface. He told himself, those who bark behind your back are the ones who don't have the guts to speak in front of you. With that, Daniel kept moving. He walked past them, head held high, and stepped toward his classroom, ready to face whatever came next. News of Daniel's disappearance after the bridge accident had already gone viral across the academy. Rumors had spread like wildfire. Some claimed he had gone missing, others were convinced he was dead. So now, seeing him alive, walking through the corridors in flesh and blood, left everyone murmuring in hushed tones, disbelief clear on their faces. But Daniel ignored them all. Hands casually tucked into his pockets, he walked with unshaken confidence. Each step full of silent defiance, his gaze steady, and his posture exuding unbothered swag. He made his way toward Class C2. With every stride, the whispers grew louder, but his focus never wavered. A few students even stepped aside, not knowing whether to challenge him or simply stare. And then, after a few more steps, he reached the classroom door. Without a moment's hesitation, Daniel lifted his foot and kicked the door open. Bam! The loud thud echoed through the room. Instantly, every head in the class turned. All conversations died. All eyes locked on the figure standing at the doorway. Daniel was back. 11, Chapter 11, Main Cast and 3 Loyal Lackeys. With a swift, unapologetic kick, Daniel pushed open the classroom door, making it slam against the wall with a loud bang. The room, which was moments ago buzzing with students chatting and minding their own business, fell into a stunned silence. Dozens of eyes turned toward him, their conversations freezing mid-sentence. Crud. There I go again, Daniel cursed in his mind. I forgot this isn't my old school anymore. He took a breath, trying to suppress the familiar habit of making dramatic entrances, but then again, this wasn't completely out of character. The old Daniel, the one who used to exist in this world, wasn't all that different. So what if he acted the same way? It only made things easier. Whatever. What's done is done. With both hands stuffed casually in his pockets, he walked forward with a cool, unaffected air, heading toward the back of the classroom. He had no intention of mingling. His eyes subtly scanned the faces in the room. Even though most of them were unfamiliar, Daniel immediately recognized the key figures, the main cast from his favorite novel. His gaze first landed on the protagonist, Justin. Deep navy blue hair, piercing sapphire eyes, and a face that screamed, main character energy. The kind of guy who didn't even have to try to look perfect. Just standing there made him radiate charisma. Just looking at him stirred something in Daniel. TCH. So this is what jealousy feels like. Next to Justin sat a girl with soft black hair and gentle, light blue eyes. Alia, the main heroine. Kind-hearted, clumsy, always smiling. Her presence alone could make a room feel warmer. Behind her, sitting upright with arms crossed in a bored expression, was another familiar figure, Petra Johnson, Daniel's own cousin and someone he didn't get along with at all. Fiery red hair, crimson eyes, and a temper that could scare the junk out of anyone, including the protagonist. Unlike Alia, Petra didn't do subtle. If she was angry, you knew. And if you got in her way, God help you. Seated beside Justin, with a stern expression and a posture too perfect to be casual, was Peter Johnson, Petra's twin brother. Equally powerful, equally dangerous. The Johnson siblings were children of one of the Academy's most elite families. Peter, unlike Petra, had a more calculated temperament. He could control his emotions, when he wanted to. He also happened to be Justin's rival. In the novel, their first encounter began with a fierce duel, sparked by rumors that Justin wasn't afraid of the Johnsons. Peter tested him. Justin didn't back down. The result? A friendship forged through battle. Behind them, quietly observing with eyes like storm clouds, sat Vanessa, long black hair with a hint of violet, and dark purple eyes. A beauty with a mysterious aura. She was once part of Justin's circle, until her fall. The day she turned to the demon side, everything changed. Daniel always had a soft spot for her. She didn't deserve what she went through. So this is the main cast. And by the looks of it, Justin and Peter already had their duel. The friendship flag has been triggered. Alia was already talking to Justin, which meant that storyline was also in motion. Daniel didn't care. He just kept walking. Despite his own good looks, Daniel's physical charm was buried under the weight he'd gained over time. Back when he was still part of the Johnson legacy, his flaming red hair and glowing red eyes were a family trademark. But after the element reset, everything had changed. His eyes were now a dark shade of black, and his hair had dulled to match, though, if you looked closely under the right light, the faintest hints of red still remained. A fading ember from a past that had nearly been erased. Everyone stared at him as he passed. Some whispered, "TCH, that bastard, why is he here again? I thought he died falling into the ocean. He's still got the guts to show his face here." Daniel heard them all. Even without his enhanced hearing can hear all of it. Every sneer, every whisper, every half-spoken insult. They reached him loud and clear. But he didn't flinch. He didn't slow down. They're talking about previous third-rate villain. He smirked, trying to calm himself, his pace unchanging as he moved to the last bench. No one dared confront him directly. They never did. Daniel reached the last row and slumped into the only empty bench. He let out a quiet breath, not from exhaustion but from the tension of re-entering a world that once thought he was dead. Just as he was about to rest his head back, he heard footsteps approaching. 3 boys stood beside his desk. For a second, he blinked in confusion, unsure of who they were. But then, memories, not his, but Daniel's, flickered like static in his mind. Ren, Ray, and Rex. 3 side characters. 3 loyal lackeys. 3 walking clichés. Seriously? The author didn't even try with their names, Daniel thought, mentally facepalming. But still, there was something strangely comforting about seeing them. I doubt they even want to talk to me now, though, he thought. And then, a familiar hand clapped on his shoulder. "Yo, Den. Man. You just gonna ignore us now?" said Ren, the tallest of the 3, with a sharp jawline and unruly black hair tied in a lazy ponytail. "Yeah, dude. No, hi. No, hello. You okay or what?" added Rex, the blonde one, shorter than Ren but with an energy that screamed, impulsive sidekick. Ren leaned in, smirking. "By the way, how the heck did you lose weight so fast, man? You look like a whole new version of yourself." Before Daniel could respond, Ray, the quietest one with glasses and a soft expression, finally spoke. "Guys, stop bothering him. Den, what happened to you?" That name again, Den. They kept calling him Den, not Daniel, just Den. Huh. So Daniel had nicknames too. He mused silently. Guess these guys were really close to him. Trying to stay in character, Daniel leaned back and gave a lazy shrug. Sorry, guys. The accident gave me amnesia. The silence that followed was thick and stunned. All three of them stared at him as if he'd just grown horns. Wait, Ren blinked, you seriously don't remember us? Daniel rubbed the back of his neck. I only remember your names, that's it. Ren took a step back, visibly rattled. You're telling me you only remember our names? Nothing else? Daniel gave a sheepish half smile. Pretty much, sorry, man. The three of them exchanged glances, disbelief painting their faces. So the rumors were true, Ray murmured, half to himself. Darn. He really did fall off that bridge, Rex muttered, his eyes wide, and he lived to tell the tale. Ren, still in shock, sat down next to Daniel and grinned. Well, welcome back from the dead, Den. Whether you remember us or not, we've got your back. Just like old times. Daniel looked at them. For a moment, something warm and unfamiliar stirred in his chest. These weren't just background NPCs. At least, not to him anymore. Maybe the old Daniel was lucky, he thought. These guys, they actually cared. For the first time since stepping into this world, he didn't feel so alone. 12. Chapter 12. Lisa D'Souza. Daniel leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the desk. I do remember a little, like getting into a fight with some guy named Justin. But then, everything went black. Next thing I knew, I was waking up in a hospital bed. He paused and looked down. Before that, nothing. Completely blank. Ray gave a soft, reassuring smile. Don't worry, man. Maybe things will come back slowly, bit by bit. Yeah, Daniel nodded. I hope so. But just then, Ren, ever the opportunist, leaned in with a suspiciously sweet tone, his eyes gleaming. By the way, Den, you borrowed $50K from me. You remember that, right? Daniel blinked. What the heck, this guy's trying to scam me, he thought, barely managing to keep a straight face. He turned slowly and fixed his eyes on Ren. Sure, I'll give it back when I remember. Ren gave a hopeful chuckle. Well, who's seen the future, right? If you want to return it now, I won't say no. Daniel narrowed his eyes. So it's not me you're worried about, it's your darn bucks. Ren coughed, flustered. And no. That's not what I meant, he stammered, quickly trying to change the subject. Forget that, more importantly, have you seen our homeroom teacher? Daniel, still skeptical, tilted his head. Why do you ask? Ren bit his lower lip like a teenage boy in a K-drama. Bro, she's hot. Like, insanely hot. Daniel let out a long, exhausted sigh and mentally facepalmed. Is this really happening right now? Ren giggled like a middle schooler confessing a crush. She's super young, super beautiful, and when she's angry, she's so dominating. Like, it hits different, bro. Daniel stared at him, stunned. Why is he blushing so hard? Before he could say anything, Rex cut in, rolling his eyes. Bro, forget it. She's gonna be your sister-in-law. Daniel blinked. Wait. My older brother is marrying her. But I don't have a brother. Ray burst out laughing. Daniel looked at him, even more confused. Rex groaned. No, man. I meant me. I'm gonna marry her. Daniel gave him a blank look. So, you fell for her too? Rex scratched the back of his neck, blushing like a tomato. I mean, kinda. Daniel groaned again. Great. I've landed in a reverse harem anime and I'm not even the main character. Daniel blinked at them. Wait a minute, are you two seriously planning to approach her, together? Ren and Rex turned to look at him at the same time, their faces frozen in a mix of disbelief and mild horror. What? Daniel asked, raising an eyebrow. Why are you guys staring at me like that? Before they could respond, Ray couldn't hold it anymore. He burst out laughing, full on, doubled over, gasping for air kind of laughter. Dude, he managed between wheezes. You weren't here, so you don't know. But she's already punished these two multiple times since day one. Daniel frowned. Wait, punished? What the heck did they do? What could they possibly have done to get punished by their own crush? Ren and Rex suddenly looked sheepish. Ray just grinned. The four of them continued chatting, the conversation flowing with unexpected ease. As Daniel listened more and more, something began to settle in his chest, something warm, almost nostalgic. They reminded him of his old friends. Ren and Rex were total clowns, funny, ridiculous, and always up to something. Ray, though, Ray had brains. He wasn't just smart, he was strategic. The guy felt like the one keeping the group from burning the academy down by accident. They were chaos. But they were Daniel's kind of chaos, and bit by bit, Daniel began to remember more. Back in middle school, the four of them were inseparable, thick as thieves. They didn't come from privilege or elite backgrounds. They were just rich, but normal rich. But once they got into this high-end academy, surrounded by super rich kids and scholarship toppers, something changed. They decided to take over. Not with power or money, but with attitude and boldness. They became the loud, untamed force among the straight-laced scholars, and then came the mistake. They picked a fight with the protagonist. It wasn't even a big fight. Justin didn't even take them seriously. He brushed off Ren and Rex with minimal effort. But Daniel had something else in him. A screw loose. A wildness that made him go all in. He'd charged at Justin with everything he had. Justin countered once. And Daniel ended up in the hospital. Now, sitting here surrounded by these idiots, Daniel couldn't help but smile. He didn't regret it. The classroom door creaked open with a certain elegance that drew everyone's attention. In an instant, the chaotic chatter died down. Every student stood up in unison, their voices chiming together. "Good morning, Miss Lisa." Daniel, caught in the sudden rush of movement, instinctively followed suit. He rose from his seat and turned toward the front of the classroom, and then he saw her. His homeroom teacher, and for a brief second, the world seemed to pause. She was young, startlingly so. Slender, confident, poised, and beautiful in a way that wasn't just physical. Her presence had weight. Grace. Strength. She walked in not like a teacher, but like someone who belonged to a world far beyond this classroom. Lisa D'Souza. She was only 22. In both Daniel's old world and this new one, becoming a full-time teacher at such a prestigious academy at that age was nothing short of miraculous. Especially here, at Sarahiro Academy, where excellence wasn't a goal, it was the bare minimum. Daniel could now see clearly why Ren and Rex had hopeless crushes on her. What the novel never mentioned, what the writer completely skipped over, was that most of the boys in the class looked at Lisa with the same infatuated awe. She wasn't just beautiful. She was a powerful warrior and a brilliant scholar, a prodigy whose talents could have easily secured her a position far above this. To be honest, being a homeroom teacher almost felt beneath her. So, why was she here? Well, there is a reason. There was a reason behind everything in this world, and Lisa D'Souza was no exception. As she wrote something on the board 13, chapter 13, half lie half truth. Just as the chalk squeaked softly against the board and Lisa was mid-sentence, a low murmur cut through the air. "She's hot, isn't she?" The words came from Ren, whispered just barely above a breath. But this wasn't an ordinary classroom, and these weren't ordinary students. In the silence that followed, it was painfully clear, at least half the class had heard him. A few stifled chuckles. Some wide-eyed stares. A slow turn of heads toward Daniel's desk. Even the main cast members, sitting nearer to the front, threw sharp glances backward. And then, Lisa D'Souza stopped writing. Without a word, she slowly turned around. Her eyes first landed on Ren, then shifted, coolly, to Daniel. "You too," she said, her voice calm yet cutting through the tension like a blade. "I don't think your minds are in the right place for this lecture. So, until you're ready to focus, go stand outside with your hands raised. Now, quickly." A stunned silence gripped the room. Daniel glanced sideways at Ren, who was already shrinking in his seat. Then, expressionless, Daniel stood up from his desk, not arguing, not resisting. He simply walked out of the class with quiet obedience. Ren scurried behind him, looking like a kid caught sneaking extra dessert. But what followed was even more surprising than the punishment itself. Whispers erupted like sparks. Especially from those who knew Daniel, who remembered the way he never listened to teachers, who had seen him openly defy authority, teachers, seniors, even administrators. Even Lisa, standing at the front with the chalk still in her hand, looked mildly surprised. She had heard things. That Daniel was uncontrollable, arrogant, that he'd rather boast about his family's power than ever accept a punishment. And yet, here he was, walking out of class without a word. The classroom buzzed in hushed murmurs. Did Daniel really just listen? Someone whispered. I thought he'd start arguing, like always. And this time, it wasn't even his fault, another added. Then a voice from the front leaned back and muttered, I bet he's got a crush on Miss Lisa too. Just like Ren and Rex. The air thickened with low giggles and elbow nudges. Lisa sighed softly, placing the chalk down on her table. Then, with a sharp tap of her palm on the desk, she brought silence crashing back into the room. All right. Let's continue our class, she said firmly, as the lesson resumed, though it was clear that everyone's attention had wandered far beyond the pages of their books. Outside the classroom, both Daniel and Ren stood side by side, hands raised high above their heads like guilty little kids. Daniel sighed, clearly annoyed. So, this is the kind of punishment Ray was talking about? Daniel asked, his voice sharp with irritation. Ren, already feeling guilty, quickly apologized, sorry, bro. But then, unable to stop himself, he added in a complaining tone, but seriously, why did you agree so easily to the punishment? That's so not like you. As soon as those words left his mouth, realization struck him. Ren's eyes widened in shock. Wait a second, he gasped, slapping a hand over his mouth, don't tell me. You've got a thing for her too? Smack. Shut your mouth. Daniel snapped instantly, glaring sideways at Ren. That was enough for Ren to go completely silent, but in his heart? Oh junk, this is bad. Another competitor added to the list, he thought, mentally groaning. What Ren didn't know was that Daniel had agreed to the punishment so easily for a reason. Who the heck wants to mess with that ferocious Lisa D'Souza, Daniel thought bitterly to himself, especially when I'm just a side character in this darn world. Of course, Daniel kept that thought strictly inside his head. A while later, as the class ended and students began pouring out, Lisa D'Souza herself stepped outside. Her sharp eyes casually scanned the hallway, until they landed directly on Daniel. Daniel stared back, calm, unreadable, his face betraying no emotion. Lisa's expression? Equally blank. Without wasting a second, she spoke, voice professional and firm, Principal Elena has called you to her office. That was all she said, before turning away and walking down the corridor like nothing had happened. Daniel watched her go for a moment. Then with a small exhale, he turned, and silently began walking towards the principal's office. Great, what now? He wondered. A while later, Daniel was sitting quietly inside the principal's office. Right in front of him was her. Miss Elena, the principal of Sarahiro Academy. Her real age? 80 years old. But thanks to magic, she looked like a young woman barely in her 20s. White hair, crimson eyes, and a royal aura that made even the bravest students nervous. At the moment, she sat on her chair, calm, elegant, and radiating power. Across from her, another man was seated, an officer from the investigation department, looking into Daniel's recent accident. Daniel had already explained everything to them. Well, almost everything. He had very carefully left out two important details. Right pointing arrow, the part about the mysterious snake. Right pointing arrow, and the fact that someone had actually tried to kill him. Daniel wasn't stupid. He knew when to speak, and when to shut up. After listening to his entire version of the story, the officer finally spoke. So you're saying, he began, his voice dry, when you got out of the car and turned around. The car and the driver had both mysteriously vanished. And after that, you swam towards the shore? Daniel nodded calmly. Then why didn't you inform us immediately? The officer asked, frowning. Daniel answered smoothly, my tech band wasn't working. Plus, I had ended up at another part of the island, far away from where the car fell. Honestly, I have no idea how I even got there. Maybe I accidentally teleported somehow. Anyway, I returned to the academy as soon as I could. The officer simply noted down Daniel's words without reacting much. It wasn't his job to care about truth or lies, just paperwork and formalities. And once done, he got up and left, but Principal Elena. She wasn't so easily convinced. For a few long seconds, she stared at Daniel, her sharp crimson eyes filled with silent suspicion. Now, she said slowly, voice calm but dangerous, tell me, Daniel, what really happened? Daniel's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew exactly what kind of person Elena was. Powerful, ancient, and extremely well informed. She knew all about the guardian beasts. She knew all about Selena, the sea witch of the ocean depths, and Daniel knew one more thing. Right pointing arrow, if he told her the full truth, including that he had killed Selena, things might spiral completely out of control. TCH. This old witch won't buy my lies forever, Daniel thought in his mind, staying perfectly calm on the outside. But what he said next would decide everything, but Daniel knew one thing for sure. There was no way he could tell Principal Elena that he had killed Selena. Selena, the guardian of the ocean. The ancient sea beast who protected this island for centuries. In fact, the only reason this academy even existed here was because no one dared attack a place under Selena's protection, but now? Now that Daniel had killed her, that invisible shield was gone. If this truth got out, it wouldn't just put Daniel in danger, it would put the entire academy at risk. And so, Daniel carefully edited his story. He left out the part where Selena had swallowed him whole. Instead, he told a much simpler, and much safer, version. At that time, I was hiding inside the car, Daniel explained calmly, maybe that's why Selena didn't notice me. Meanwhile, the car sort of got stuck on that snake and dragged forward. But after a while, the car separated from me, and I got a chance to swim up and escape. Selena didn't even come after me once. It was a clean lie. Believable. Safe. Principal Elena listened carefully, her face calm and unreadable. When Daniel finished, she asked him in her cold, composed voice. But tell me one thing. Who would even want to kill you? Daniel just shrugged his shoulders casually. I don't know, he replied honestly. That's exactly why I came straight to the academy. For now, this is probably the safest place for me. Elena didn't react much. Her face stayed still, her thoughts hidden. Finally, she spoke. All right then. You may leave. But listen carefully, don't tell anyone about that snake incident. If the students hear about it, it'll create unnecessary panic. Daniel chuckled softly. Don't worry, Principal ma'am. That story's so unbelievable. I doubt anyone would believe me anyway. Saying that, he turned to leave, and as he walked away from the office, Daniel whispered to himself with a smirk. Who'd believe a D-grade villain anyway? 14. Chapter 14. He is such a trash and true to his style, or maybe just out of old habit, he kicked open the classroom door with a loud bang. Because no matter what had happened outside, inside this academy, Daniel still had a certain image to maintain. The rebellious troublemaker. The arrogant son of the Johnson family. The boy who didn't care about rules. As soon as he made that dramatic entry, once again, every single pair of eyes in the classroom turned towards him. Including the teachers, who was already present in the class. The moment the teacher saw Daniel kicking the door open like that, a wave of frustration washed over his face. Is this how you enter a classroom? What kind of behavior is this? He snapped, visibly irritated. Daniel, of course, didn't care. He just asked casually, "May I come in, teacher?" The teacher let out an annoyed sigh, rubbing his forehead. Keep behaving like this, and you won't last long in this academy. Sooner or later, you will get expelled, the teacher warned. Daniel didn't reply. He simply stepped into the classroom. And that's when Peter, the ever-so-perfect elder son of the Johnson family, stepped in front of him. Fix your behavior, Daniel, Peter said coldly. Because of you, our Johnson family's reputation is getting ruined. Daniel just glared at him for a second, then brushed past him like he didn't even exist, and walked straight to the last bench. That ignore hit Peter harder than any insult. His face darkened with anger. He took a step forward, clearly wanting to teach Daniel a lesson, but before he could say or do anything, Petra grabbed his arm. Let it go, Peter, Petra said calmly. He's not even worth it. Talking about him is just wasting time. Peter clenched his jaw. He's such trash in our family, Peter muttered bitterly. Petra shook her head slightly. Forget it, Peter. Looking at his abilities, and his behavior, I doubt he'll last long in this academy anyway. Meanwhile, Daniel settled himself on the last bench, unfazed, uncaring. And in his mind, he thought to himself, "Why does Peter hate me this much? Looks like things between us were never good. Maybe, just maybe, it's always been like this." Neil, along with Ren, Ray, and Rex, headed straight to the academy's cafeteria. As expected, there was already a long line of students waiting for their food. But Daniel? He had never been the type to stand in line for food, not in his past life, not in his old school, and definitely not now. Back then, his so-called followers would bring his food straight to his table. Old habits die hard. So, naturally, Daniel just started walking straight ahead, ignoring the entire line like it didn't even exist. Ray, Ren, and Rex casually followed behind him. As they were about to cross a few students, one of them suddenly stepped forward and blocked Daniel's path. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Get in line," the guy snapped. Daniel paused. Slowly, he turned his head and stared at the guy like he was some annoying insect buzzing around his ear. "And why would I?" Daniel asked lazily. The student frowned. "If you want food here, then you have to wait in line like everyone else." Daniel casually glanced at the ridiculously long line stretching behind him. It was even longer than before now. More students were joining in every second. He noticed some of the main cast characters standing obediently in line too. Wait. Even the main characters line up for food? That's weird. Pretty sure the novel never mentioned this part. Turning slightly, Daniel looked at Ray. "Is there some rule in this academy that says we must stand in line to get food?" Ray shrugged. "Not that I know of. There's nothing like that written in the academy rules." Hearing that, Daniel turned back to the student blocking his way. "You heard him," Daniel said, smirking faintly. "There's no rule that says I have to stand in line." And just like that, Daniel brushed past him without a care in the world. Ren, Ray, and Rex quietly followed behind him like it was the most natural thing ever. The student they left behind was fuming with anger. But before he could say or do anything foolish, the guy standing in front of him whispered, "Let it go, bro. He is from the Johnson family. We can't afford to mess with them." Magic or no magic. In this world, there was still a huge difference between an ordinary hero and someone born into a powerful family. As soon as Daniel finished speaking and casually stepped forward, the boy who had stopped him earlier clicked his tongue in irritation. "So what?" the boy sneered. "This is the same guy who already got beaten up by a nobody, someone without any powerful background, and yet Johnson family didn't even take any action against that Justin guy. In fact, Peter Johnson ended up becoming friends with him." The students nearby nodded subtly, whispering among themselves. Of course, it wasn't like the Johnson family didn't care. No matter how trashy Daniel's reputation might be, the fact remained. His last name was still Johnson. His defeat had directly affected their pride. That's why Peter himself had gone to challenge Justin later, not to take revenge exactly, but to see with his own eyes whether the boy who defeated a Johnson was truly worth the hype. But after witnessing Justin's abilities, Peter's mindset had changed. Instead of hostility, Peter chose friendship. As for Daniel, ever since his return to the academy, he hadn't tried to retaliate against Justin at all. After all, he wasn't the original Daniel anymore. Messing with Justin meant messing with the original plotline, something Daniel wasn't eager to do just yet. And besides, as long as Peter was around, there wasn't much Daniel could do to Justin anyway. This entire situation had shifted the atmosphere inside the academy. Some students, who earlier trembled in fear at the mere mention of the Johnson family, had slowly begun to lose that fear. Though none of them were as bold as Justin to outright go against Daniel to his face. While all this chatter buzzed around, another student, standing nearby, suddenly leaned in and whispered, "You know, I kinda feel like Peter and Daniel don't get along that well." Hearing this, the first boy smirked, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. "Hey. If that's true," he said with an evil grin, "maybe if we mess with Daniel a little, we could get on Peter's good side. Who knows? He might even become friends with us too." 15. Chapter 15. Class selection. After getting their food, Daniel, Ren, Rex, and Ray finally found an empty table in the corner of the cafeteria and sat down. Ren leaned back in his chair, eyeing Daniel suspiciously. What's going on, man? You've been unusually calm since morning, Ren said, raising an eyebrow. Daniel shot him a cold glare. What do you want? Should I end up in the hospital again? Ren instantly waved his hands defensively. Whoa, chill. That's not what I meant. It's just, normally, you'd already have picked a fight by now. Daniel, however, replied with a surprisingly serious expression, I don't think these kids are going to fear us anymore. Rex let out a disappointed sigh. Who would have thought a nobody would turn out to have that kind of strength? Ray nodded, adding, after awakening, you can't predict anyone's power. Background doesn't guarantee strength anymore. Ren frowned. So what? Are we just going to forget about revenge? Daniel didn't hesitate. Revenge can wait. What's more important is increasing our own strength, inside this academy. Family background won't get us anywhere. If we want to rule this place, we'll need to earn that power ourselves. Ray blinked in disbelief, staring at Daniel like he'd seen a ghost. Bro, am I dreaming right now? Without warning, Rex casually pinched Ray hard. Ouch, you bastard, Ray cursed, clutching his arm. Why the heck did you pinch me? Rex grinned with an innocent look. Just proving you're not dreaming. Ray looked back at Daniel, still confused. If this isn't a dream, then why is Dan of all people talking about training and hard work? Ren narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Dude, are we sure this is the real Dan? I'm starting to think this might be some shapeshifter. Someone who stole Daniel's appearance and is using that memory loss excuse to fool us. His words made the whole table go quiet for a second. Everyone went dead serious. Even Rex and Ray, who were always quick to joke around, suddenly became serious. Daniel raised an eyebrow, clearly annoyed. TCH, you idiots seriously think I'm some shapeshifter? Ren leaned in a little, whispering like it was some top-secret conspiracy. Think about it, man. The real Dan talking about hard work, patience, and self-growth. That's more shocking than seeing pigs fly. Ray nodded dramatically. Yeah. The Dan we know would rather punch first and talk never. Rex crossed his arms, dead serious. And don't forget, this guy conveniently lost his memory too. Classic excuse. Daniel slammed his hand on the table, bam, making all three of them jump. If you guys are done acting like clowns, Daniel said coldly, then listen carefully. I am Daniel Johnson. But I'm done playing the fool everyone expects me to be. The next time I stand in front of Justin, it won't be as the spoiled heir of the Johnson family. It'll be as someone who can crush him with my own strength. For a second, complete silence. Then Ren whispered under his breath, darn. He sounds kinda cool when he talks like that. Ray sighed dramatically. Now I'm actually worried. If this is the new Daniel, I don't know if I want the old one back. Rex grinned. Same here. Daniel ignored their antics, his eyes sharper than ever. Just as Daniel was lost in his thoughts, they arrived. The main cast of the academy. Justin, Peter, Vanessa, Alia, and Petra, the most talked about newcomers of this year, casually walked in and unknowingly settled at the empty table right beside Daniel's group. Daniel squinted slightly. Of all the places they had to sit here? He glanced around and realized, well, there really wasn't any other free table left. It wasn't like they wanted to sit near him either. They had no choice. Every other seat was already taken. Soon, the group beside them started talking among themselves, completely ignoring the intense aura coming from Daniel's table. Petra, with her usual curious tone, leaned towards Justin. Hey Justin, which class are you planning to choose? Justin smiled faintly. I'm pretty interested in swords. So, I guess swordsman. Peter immediately slammed his hand on the table. Then I'm going swordsman too. Petra raised an eyebrow, giving him a judging stare. But, you don't even like swords. Peter puffed out his chest proudly, flexing his arms. So what, no matter which class one choose. I'll still be the strongest. He showed off his muscles like a child showing his new toy. Vanessa shook her head, clearly unimpressed. Choosing a class isn't a joke, Peter. It'll affect your entire life. You shouldn't pick it just to compete with someone. Alia giggled and looked at Vanessa. So, which class are you picking? Vanessa casually brushed her hair back. Magician. Alia smiled brightly. Me too. And Petra? Petra nodded. I'm going to be an archer. Listening to their conversation, Daniel finally turned towards his own friends. So, today we're supposed to pick our class, huh? Daniel asked in a calm but thoughtful tone. Ren sighed dramatically. Yeah. Ren suddenly slapped his forehead. Ah darn. We totally forgot to tell you about this, didn't we? Rex chuckled and looked at Daniel. By the way, Daniel, are you even interested in choosing any class? Daniel leaned back lazily. I don't know. What about you guys? Tell me. This world worked a little differently. After awakening, every student had the chance to choose a class, a path that would shape their future growth, their skills, their strengths. Basically, their entire fighting style and career. And there were over 100 different classes available to pick from. But here's the catch. You could only choose one. It was kind of like picking your major or career path back on Earth. Once chosen, your growth, your training, and even your skill set would revolve around it. For example, those who picked magician would experience a rapid increase in their mana level and capacity with every level up, gaining skills related to magic spells and casting. Swordsmen would gain physical abilities, weapon mastery, speed, and strength. Archers would unlock precision, agility, and long-range combat skills, and so on. Ren explained excitedly, that's why class selection is super important here. It's not just about fighting, it literally decides what kind of warrior you'll become in the future. Rex added with a smirk, but knowing you, I bet you'll pick something crazy. Daniel, however, just smiled faintly. Class, huh? Let's see. Which one suits me the best? Swordsman or magic swordsman or maybe something else? A while later, Daniel found himself inside a strange room, a quiet, isolated space where only he existed. In front of him floated a giant screen, shimmering with countless options, various class icons, each glowing faintly. This was it. The moment that would decide his future. Once he picked a class, it would become permanent. There was no going back. And based on that class, he would receive special skills, abilities, and techniques unique only to it. No wonder, Daniel was taking his sweet time. He was calmly reading through every single class description, analyzing their strengths, weaknesses, advantages, and potential. Minutes turned into hours, and finally, he had narrowed it down to 2. Now it was decision time. The first one, Assassin class. Just like its name, a shadowy, stealth-based profession. Choosing this would grant him insane skills like stealth, shadow step, critical hit, silent movement. Abilities perfect for silent killing and vanishing into thin air. The second option, martial artist class. A professional close combat fighter. Choosing this would provide him powerful combat techniques, mana breathing methods, and devastating physical skills. Perfect for raw, hand-to-hand fighting. Daniel rubbed his chin, thinking deeply. Unlike the assassin class, martial arts can technically be learned separately too. He paused. And I even know exactly where to learn those secret martial techniques in the future. But, if I chose the martial artist class, I'd probably learn them at a much faster rate. He leaned back, conflicted. This is tough, what should I really pick? Daniel closed his eyes. He visualized his future self, his battles, his style, his enemies. Silence. And then, ding, his eyes snapped open. Decision made. His finger moved, swift and certain, pressing the assassin class icon. The screen glowed brightly. A notification popped up in bold golden letters. Class selected. Assassin. Daniel smiled faintly. The shadows suit me better anyway. 16, Chapter 16, Cheers. After selecting his class, Daniel proceeded to the weapon room, a place where every student could pick one weapon based on their chosen class. But as soon as he entered, he noticed something strange. Unlike the other classes, the section for assassin class weapons was almost empty. There were barely any weapons displayed here. Guess not many people choose assassin class. Daniel thought to himself, looking around casually. Still, the rule was clear, he could only choose one weapon. His eyes scanned the limited options, daggers, throwing knives, short blades. And finally, he picked up a simple-looking dagger, a small, sharp dagger, perfect for stealth. Without wasting much time, Daniel left the room and headed toward the training building. But the moment he reached there, he stopped. There was a huge crowd of students gathered outside the training area, everyone excited, hyped up, showing off their newly acquired weapons, swinging swords, trying skills, chatting loudly. Daniel frowned. TCH, this isn't what I came for. What he actually wanted to see was the training room itself, rumored to be incredibly advanced with modern facilities. But seeing the noisy crowd, forget it, I'll come back later. Without making any noise, Daniel turned around and quietly walked away. Sometime later, his steps naturally took him to the outskirts of the academy, toward the forest. Quiet, peaceful, and perfect for training in solitude, just the way he liked it. But contrary to his expectations, Daniel wasn't alone there. A little ahead, near the trees, he noticed Petra, completely focused on her training. She was practicing with her bow and arrows. She had marked several target points on different trees, and was shooting at them one by one. Sometimes hitting dead center, sometimes missing by an inch. Daniel quietly walked closer, observing her silently. His footsteps were soundless. It was the subtle advantage of being an assassin class, moving without making even the slightest noise. Petra, completely unaware of his presence, kept practicing till her last arrow was fired. She let out a long breath, exhausted, and just as she turned slightly back, "Oh, my gosh!" she gasped in shock. Her eyes widened seeing Daniel standing right there, barely a few steps away. Startled, she lost her balance and fell slightly backward, sitting on the ground in surprise. Where did you come from?" Petra exclaimed, still catching her breath. Petra narrowed her eyes and said, "Why are you standing here like some creep? And since when have you been watching me?" Daniel casually shrugged and replied, "I came here for training too, but when I saw you practicing so seriously, I thought I shouldn't disturb your concentration, so I stayed quiet." Petra rolled her eyes. HMPH. You could have at least warned me. Daniel gave a slight smirk. "By the way, thanks for making these targets." Saying that, Daniel pulled out his dagger from his waist. And with sharp focus, he threw it straight at the target on the tree, hitting it dead center. Seeing that, Petra's mouth fell open in shock. Daniel casually walked towards the target and pulled out his dagger. Petra, still surprised, asked, "How did you do that?" Daniel looked at her and asked, "Isn't your class archery?" Petra nodded, and Daniel, in his usual calm tone, replied, "My eyes were just focused on my target." Saying this, he shrugged casually and started walking deeper into the forest. Petra, following him quickly, asked, "Where are you going?" Daniel stopped for a moment and said, "To train." Petra's eyes widened. "You? And training? Am I dreaming or what?" Daniel didn't reply to her teasing and simply continued walking into the forest. Petra stood there silently, just watching Daniel's back slowly disappearing into the depths of the jungle. But soon, she shook her head and focused back on her own training. She loaded an arrow onto her bow, pulled the string tight, and aimed carefully at her target. This time, her focus was sharp, only on her aim. She released the string. Thwack! The arrow hit the bullseye perfectly. Petra chuckled softly to herself. Never thought advice from someone like Daniel, a complete trash, would actually help. Saying that, she glanced once again towards the jungle where Daniel had gone. After traveling for a while, Daniel finally reached the place where he had hidden some monocrystals inside a hollow of a tree. He quietly picked them up and put them into his bag. After that, he started heading back towards the academy. While walking towards his dormitory, Daniel suddenly got a notification on his tech band. It was a message from the group chat his friends had created, called Odd Jobs Club. The latest message was from Ren. "Let's go party today." Immediately, Rex replied, "Great idea." Then Ray joined in. "I'm in." Soon after, Ren sent another message. "What about you, Den?" Daniel started typing. "How can we go outside of the academy?" Ray replied. "You forgot or what? We made a fraud club, remember? So that we can have fun outside?" Daniel thought to himself, so these guys actually created a fake club just to get permission to go outside. A small laugh escaped his lips at their clever trick. Then he started typing, "Sure, I'm in." Around 8 p.m., Daniel, Ren, Ray, and Rex finally reached a fancy club in the capital. The rules here were strict. Kids below 16 weren't allowed inside, which clearly meant none of them had ever entered a club before, except Daniel. The club looked just like any typical bar or party place: loud music, crazy lighting effects, girls dancing, and people completely lost in the vibe of the party. As soon as they entered, all four of them ran straight to the dance floor and started dancing like there was no tomorrow, letting loose, laughing, and enjoying every second. After a while, tired from all the dancing, they all sat down at a table and ordered a glass of beer each. Their very first drink ever. The 4 glasses were placed on the table. Ren picked up his glass and said dramatically, "Guys, this is going to be our first drinking party, and our very first step into adulthood. Will you guys take this step with me?" Rex, lifting his glass, got a little emotional. Never thought this day would come. Ray too lifted his glass, smiling. "For our friendship." Daniel found the whole situation kinda funny, the way they were treating their first drink like some grand ceremony. But smiling, he raised his glass too. "Yeah, guys. Let's rock," and then, all 4 of them clinked their glasses together and shouted excitedly in unison. "Cheers," and then, all of them took their very first sip of beer. The very next second, Ren and Rex instantly spat the beer out like a fountain from their mouths. Ren stuck out his tongue in disgust. "Yuck. This is so bitter. Why do adults even drink this stuff?" Rex nodded quickly. "Yeah, I thought it'd be awesome since adults always drink this and seem to enjoy it so much." Ray too made a gross face. "I'm never touching beer again in my life." Meanwhile, Daniel had already finished his entire glass without flinching. Placing the empty glass back on the table, he chuckled. "Exactly. That's why kids should stay away from alcohol." Saying that, he casually stood up and went back to the dance floor, starting to dance again. Rex stared at Daniel's empty glass, shocked. Darn, Den really finished the whole thing. Motivated, Ren pinched his nose with one hand, grabbed his glass, and chugged the whole thing in one go. "I'm not backing down either," he declared proudly and went straight to the dance floor. Seeing that, Rex too lifted his glass, gulped down all the beer with a determined expression, and stood up. "All right, I'm coming too." He ran off to join them on the dance floor. Feeling the pressure, even Ray sighed, picked up his glass reluctantly, finished it off, and followed them onto the dance floor. After dancing like crazy for a while, Daniel, while still dancing, subtly raised his little finger, signaling that he was going to the toilet. Then, casually, he made his way towards the male washroom. 17. Chapter 17. Vampire. Meanwhile, a girl came up to Ren and started dancing with him. Excited and hyped up, Ren began dancing along with her, matching her moves. Seeing this, Rex leaned towards Ray and whispered in his ear, "Darn, looks like Ren's pretty lucky tonight." But Ray completely ignored him and just kept dancing without paying attention. After a while, the girl subtly gestured Ren to follow her. Without thinking much, Ren, lost in the moment, started following her off the dance floor, moving towards the upper floor of the club. Sometime later, when Daniel returned from the washroom and didn't find Ren anywhere around, he glanced at Rex and Ray and asked, "Hey, where's Ren?" Rex casually replied, "Went upstairs with some girl." Daniel raised an eyebrow in confusion. "A girl?" Rex nodded. "Yeah bro, and not just any girl. She was hot. Can you believe that?" Daniel's expression shifted from confused to concerned. "We've gotta get back to the academy on time. What the heck is he even doing up there?" Saying that, Daniel immediately started walking towards the stairs leading to the upper floor. Seeing him go, Rex and Ray exchanged quick glances. Then without wasting a second, both of them followed Daniel upstairs. As soon as Daniel reached the upper floor, he didn't waste a second. He pushed open the door to the room. And what he saw next made his eyes go wide in pure shock. Ren was lying unconscious on the floor. Hovering right above him was that same girl, baring her sharp fangs, ready to sink them deep into Ren's neck. Vampire. Without hesitation, flames ignited around Daniel's palm, his fire magic roaring to life in an instant. The girl's eyes twitched, clearly startled, but instead of attacking, she clicked her tongue in annoyance and leapt backward, straight toward the window. Crash. Glass shattered as she vanished into the night like a shadow dissolving into darkness. Daniel rushed to the window, glancing outside, but there was nothing, no trace of her. She was gone. Just then, Rex and Ray stormed into the room, rushing to Ren's side. Ren! Hey! Wake up! Rex shook him slightly. Ren groaned faintly, blinking in confusion. Huh? Where am I? Daniel let out a small sigh, rolling his shoulders casually. Heck if I know. But for now, we need to get out of here. No one argued. Within minutes, the four of them slipped out of the club quietly, leaving behind the broken window, the lingering tension, and way too many unanswered questions. Meanwhile, on the terrace of that very same club, the mysterious girl stood quietly, watching from above as Daniel and his friends got into a taxi and drove away. A faint smile curled on her lips. TCH. Looks like luck wasn't on my side tonight, she whispered to herself, her crimson eyes reflecting the city lights. If that Daniel hadn't interfered, I would have gained another skill by now. She let out a soft, almost playful sigh. Oh well, no big deal. Glancing at her watch, she exhaled slowly, her voice dropping to a colder, darker tone. I should head back to the academy too. But before that, her eyes gleamed with hunger. I'll need to hunt someone else down, or I won't be able to control this bloodlust any longer. Without wasting a second, she turned around, her heels clicking against the floor, making her way back down the stairs. Ready to find her next prey. The next morning, Daniel woke up later than usual. His eyes shot open the moment he realized the time. Junk. I'm late. Without wasting a second, he hurriedly got ready, grabbed his stuff, and dashed towards his classroom at full speed. By the time he reached, the class had already started. He was almost 15 minutes late. Inside, all the students were sitting quietly, fully focused on the lecture. Miss Lisa, their beautiful but strict class instructor, was explaining the basics of classes and skills. She was saying, depending on the class you choose, you'll be able to learn different types of skills. But remember, experience and talent play a huge role too. Even if two students have the same class, their individual skills might differ. The basic skills remain common, but sometimes, students from different classes can end up having similar abilities. That's just how skills work. Just then, Kriak, the classroom door opened slowly. Daniel stood at the entrance, panting heavily. Present, ma'am, he managed to say, slightly embarrassed. As always, all eyes in the class turned toward him. But before Miss Lisa could say anything, 3 more figures came running down the hallway. Ren, Ray, and Rex burst in right behind him, equally out of breath. Present, ma'am. All 3 shouted in unison. Daniel turned around and glared at them. These idiots are late too? Miss Lisa's sharp voice echoed in the room. And what exactly is the reason for all 4 of you being late? Ren instantly threw out an excuse, smiling nervously. Well, ma'am, we were doing hero work last night, so we got back pretty late. Rex quickly backed him up, nodding. Yes, Miss Lisa. We're actually members of the Odd Jobs Club. We help people in the city with various problems. Miss Lisa narrowed her eyes. Even if that's true, it doesn't give you an excuse to be late for class. Daniel quickly joined in, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. Please, Miss Lisa. Forgive us just this once. It won't happen again. Miss Lisa sighed. Fine. In that case, answer this. How exactly do skills work? Ren, suddenly super confident, raised his hand like an excited kid. That's easy. Skills are basically like. And just like that, the class began focusing on skills, while Daniel and his friends silently sighed in relief at their narrow escape. Daniel and his friends quietly walked to their seats and sat down. But just then, Daniel's eyes accidentally met with someone else's gaze, Vanessa. She was staring directly at him. Daniel froze for a second, blinking in confusion. Why is she looking at me like that? Did I steal something from her or what? No, I don't remember doing anything, right? Feeling awkward, Daniel quickly turned his face towards the window, pretending to admire the view. Meanwhile, Vanessa casually shifted her attention back to the lecture. Daniel let out a deep sigh of relief. What's with her? Seriously, trying to focus back on class, Daniel soon realized, this class was incredibly boring. Most of the things being taught, he already knew. Slowly, sleep began to take over his mind. Out of curiosity, he turned his head slightly to look at his friends, and there he saw Ren. Sleeping peacefully with his head resting on the desk. Daniel stared at him for a second, then sighed again. Lucky guy. Leaning back in his chair, Daniel's thoughts started drifting again, far away from the boring lecture. What exactly am I doing here? How did I even end up in this world? But then, a deeper thought struck him, the one that always made him feel uneasy. Am I really inside a novel? Or is this a real world? Because, nothing that's happening to me right now, was ever written in the original novel's story. And honestly, everything here feels too real for it to just be fiction. The people, the emotions, the pain. But again, the main cast exists here. Events are moving according to the original plot. So then, why was I brought here? To change the story? To create an alternate ending? Because Daniel knew one horrifying thing about this story: this was a tragic novel. A story where, in the end, the protagonist's closest friends die one by one, sacrificing themselves to save the world. And Daniel couldn't help but wonder, is that the fate I'm supposed to stop? 18. Chapter 18. You lose. Just then, Daniel spoke to himself in his mind. But why should I try to change anything? Those sacrifices, they were necessary. Yes, those people died, but the world was saved because of them. If I interfere now and alter the course of this story, what if the protagonist fails? What if the world is never saved at all? With that unsettling thought pressing heavily on his heart, Daniel made a decision. No, I won't interfere. I won't become a part of this plot. I'll stay in the background, just a side character watching the story unfold. By the time class finally ended, it was lunchtime. Daniel and his friends were walking together in the corridor, the noisy chatter of other students echoing around them. Daniel looked at the others and said, "Does anyone want to skip lunch and come with me to the training center? I want to check out the virtual bots. Haven't had the chance to go there yet." A few moments later, all of them reached the training center. The place was completely empty, silent, with a cold mechanical hum in the air. The training center was massive, with several individual chambers built for personal combat simulations. Each of them walked into separate chambers, the metal doors sliding shut behind them with a soft hiss. As Daniel stepped into his chamber, a soft glow lit up in front of him. A floating, translucent screen appeared in the air, a soul panel. Select difficulty level. Daniel stared at it for a moment, then tapped on level 1. The screen instantly disappeared. A second later, the lights in the room shifted. Pale blue turned to a warm red as a humanoid bot materialized in front of him, its body sleek, muscular, and clearly built for combat. Without warning, the bot lunged forward. The training had begun. Daniel moved fast, his instincts kicking in. He dodged the first few attacks narrowly, his feet sliding against the polished floor as he defended himself, carefully observing the bot's movements. The bot wasn't holding back. It was fast, calculating, and surprisingly powerful for a level 1. Daniel's eyes sharpened. So this isn't going to be a cakewalk. He continued defending, analyzing every move. And then, as the bot repeated a sequence of strikes, Daniel finally understood its pattern. His body moved before his mind could process it. In a flash, Daniel stepped in, countered a punch, ducked low, and landed a heavy blow to the bot's midsection. Another spin. Kick to the shoulder. A final elbow strike knocked it down. The bot fell with a heavy thud against the chamber wall, sparking briefly before shutting down. Daniel stood still, breathing steadily. Sweat glistened on his forehead. Time taken, 6 minutes. The chamber lights turned blue again. Daniel wiped his brow and muttered, "Not bad, but I'll need to level up fast if I want to survive in this world." Still breathing heavily from the last fight, Daniel stared at the floating screen in front of him. Without hesitation, he tapped on difficulty level 2. The defeated bot across the room flickered, then powered back on. Its limbs twitched as it stood upright once again, only this time, something had changed. Its stance was different. More compact. More calculated. The moment the simulation began, Daniel realized why. TCH, it's adapting. The bot's fighting pattern had changed entirely. It was more aggressive now, faster and smarter. Every move Daniel had used in the previous match was now being countered. It felt like fighting someone who had already studied him inside out. Daniel grit his teeth as the bot landed a solid hit to his ribs, sending him skidding back. But he didn't stop. He pushed himself forward again, relying purely on raw instinct and hand-to-hand combat. No skills, no mana, no magical boosts. Just him and his body. It was a war of attrition. Every punch Daniel threw was answered. Every dodge demanded perfect timing. The bot didn't relent, and neither did he. Minutes bled into more. Sweat soaked his clothes. His knuckles ached. But after what felt like an eternity, 30 full minutes, Daniel finally caught an opening. He unleashed a brutal combo. A spinning back fist, followed by a knee to the gut, and a final upward strike to the jaw. The bot collapsed, systems fried, body limp. Daniel dropped to his knees beside it and laid flat on the training floor, chest heaving. His lungs burned. His arms trembled, but he was smiling. 2 minutes passed. He let the silence wash over him like cold rain. Then, slowly, he sat up. His hand reached toward the screen again. Difficulty level 3. A new bot emerged, taller, bulkier, and this time, radiating pure pressure. The fight began. Daniel barely lasted 5 minutes. The bot was too strong, too fast, too precise. Without his magical powers, without his skills, he simply couldn't keep up. He hit the floor with a loud thud, vision spinning, arms spread. You lose lying there, eyes half-lidded, he let out a small chuckle. So, this is my limit without powers, huh? He stared up at the ceiling, then whispered to himself, that's all I needed to know. A pause. Then a grin spread across his face. Now it's time to fight like someone from this world. He pushed himself up, wiping blood from his lip. Standing tall, he tapped the screen once more. Difficulty level 3 begin. The match restarted. But this time, Daniel wasn't holding back. Daniel reached for his dagger. The moment his fingers curled around the hilt, the bot launched its attack. Fast, brutal, precise. But Daniel had already studied its pattern, gauged its speed. He sidestepped the first strike with fluid motion and slashed at the bot's arm, drawing a shallow cut along the synthetic flesh. For a moment, he thought he had the upper hand, until the bot's eyes flared red. It changed its pattern again. Before he could brace, a sharp kick landed on his ribs, sending him flying across the training chamber. He crashed hard into the wall, the impact rattling his bones before he dropped to the floor with a grunt. Pain bloomed in his side, but he didn't stay down. Teeth clenched, he pushed himself back onto his feet. Without wasting a second, he hurled his dagger at the bot. It responded instantly, shifting its weight to dodge, but that's exactly what Daniel wanted. The moment the bot leaned sideways, Daniel burst forward with a sudden burst of speed. In midair, his hand caught the spinning dagger again, and with precise aim, he plunged it straight into the bot's chest. The blade buried deep, sending a pulse through the bot's core. It staggered. But it didn't fall. With a growl of mechanical rage, the bot retaliated. Its fist rammed into Daniel's stomach, launching him backward once more. He hit the ground hard, coughing, body barely moving. The bot stood tall. Reaching to its chest, it yanked the dagger free and turned toward Daniel, but it only took one step. Then its knees buckled. Its systems sparked, and it collapsed, lifeless, to the floor. From the ground, Daniel let out a faint chuckle. Didn't think poison would work on bots too. He slowly stood, walked over to retrieve his dagger from the bot's hand, and added with a smirk. If there weren't cameras watching, I'd have tested my other skills too. Without wasting a moment, he reset the match and selected difficulty level 3 once again. But this time, no weapons, no magic, no skills. He needed to evolve. To grow stronger with just his body. The match began. The bot charged. And once again, Daniel fought. He dodged, blocked, countered, but he couldn't win. No matter how many times he tried, the bot was relentless, overwhelming him with speed and power. Again and again, he was knocked down. Again and again, he stood back up. But he didn't win. Not once. Time passed. Sweat poured. Muscles ached. And finally, a chime echoed through the chamber. Training limit reached. Daniel collapsed to his knees, panting, sweat dripping from his chin to the floor. He hadn't won, but he was learning. Every loss carved a new lesson into his bones. 19. Chapter 19. Something had changed. Daniel exhaled deeply and stepped out of the training chamber. Outside, his friends were already waiting for him, standing in the hallway with a lunchbox in hand. One of them smiled and handed it over wordlessly. Daniel accepted it with a tired nod and sat down on a nearby bench, opening the box and beginning to eat. As he took the first few bites, Ray stepped forward, holding out a small vial of shimmering liquid. "Here," he said. "Take this too." Daniel shook his head. "No, I don't need it right now." The vial Ray offered was a recovery supplement, something usually taken after intense training sessions. It helped restore energy, speed up body development, and came with no harmful side effects. It was safe, widely used, just expensive. Even the lower quality versions weren't cheap, and students were expected to buy them on their own. But Daniel had a different reason for refusing. He had consumed the flesh of the divine serpent, Selena. And ever since then, something inside him had changed. He could feel it, energy coursing through him, repairing and restoring faster than it should have. In just a few minutes after training, the exhaustion that had weighed down his limbs began to fade. Muscles loosened, breathing calmed, strength returned. He didn't know if it was due to the trait he'd gained, or the title, or something else entirely. But whatever the cause, his recovery was unnatural, supernatural. He didn't even know what effect external supplements would have on his body now. So, he chose to be cautious. Daniel glanced at Ray with a polite smile. "Thanks, but really, I'm good." He returned to his food, chewing slowly, silently. His friends talked around him, but his mind wandered, back to the fight, the exhaustion, the way his body had reacted. There was a lot he didn't understand yet, but one thing was certain. He was changing, and he needed to be ready for whatever that meant. The next day was a weekend. Weekends at the academy meant the students were allowed to leave campus grounds. Some chose to explore the capital city, while others remained behind for extra training. Daniel had already made plans with his friends to roam the markets, so he got dressed and headed toward the main gate, where his group was waiting for him. But just as he turned a corner, he spotted Justin and Alia walking ahead, deep in conversation, moving toward the same exit. They didn't notice him, or perhaps they did and chose to ignore him completely. Daniel, unfazed, also began heading in their direction, a few steps behind them. "So today's the day of that museum attack, huh?" he thought to himself. "Well, it's none of my business. Besides, Justin will handle it, and he'll end up getting a new skill from it anyway." But then, he heard Justin's voice clearly. "We should just warn the museum officials ahead of time," Justin was saying to Alia. "If we already know an attack is coming, what's the point of waiting around to fight it?" Daniel stopped in his tracks. "Wait, what? He knows about the attack?" Daniel's brows furrowed as his mind raced. That wasn't in the novel. Something about this wasn't right. This wasn't how things were supposed to unfold. "I need to listen to them carefully," Daniel thought, stepping back into the shadow of a wall, slowing his breath, ears focused. Something had changed, and he needed to know what. Just then, Alia turned to Justin and said, "We could do that, but do you really think they'll believe us?" Justin nodded thoughtfully. "If we warn them anonymously, they might at least take precautions and tighten security." Alia hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Maybe you're right." Daniel, still lingering in the background, felt a knot form in his chest. This could ruin the plot, he thought, tension rising in his eyes. And not just this one event. This could alter everything that comes next. His thoughts spiraled. How the heck did they even know about the attack? That wasn't in the original storyline. And what should I do now, if I let this happen? The plot will start to shift, possibly triggering a chain of events I know nothing about. And if that happens, there's no guarantee the protagonist will be able to save the world. I can't allow that. He exhaled sharply, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. "Whatever," he murmured to himself. "When the time comes, I'll deal with it." With that, Daniel stepped out of the shadow and walked toward the academy gates. His friends were already waiting, chatting casually beside a parked bus. It was the travel club's vehicle, the same one often used for educational trips to historical and magical sites. Both the male and female protagonists were part of this club, and later in the story, the entire main cast would become members too. Daniel gave a small wave as he approached, masking his inner turmoil with a casual smile. The story was starting to drift, but for now, it was just another weekend. As Daniel spotted the bus, he walked over to Ren, Rex, and Ray, who were waiting nearby. "Let's go," he said casually, then glanced around. "By the way, where's our cab? Hasn't it arrived yet?" Ray gave him a sheepish look. "Bro, cabs cost money. We already blew through most of our pocket money, remember? Whatever little we have left has to last us the whole month." Daniel's eyes widened. "Wait, then how are we even getting there?" Ray glanced toward the bus. Daniel followed his gaze, frowning. "You're not seriously suggesting we hitch a ride with them, are you?" Ren chuckled softly. "Hitch a ride? Why would we need to do that? We're members, bro. We can just walk in like we belong, because we do. You too." Daniel stared at them in disbelief. "Wait a minute. You guys signed me up without asking? And seriously, joining a club on a weekend? Who the heck wants to study on their day off?" Rex clapped a hand on Daniel's shoulder. "Listen, man. Don't think of it as studying. Think of it as traveling, exploring different places, and that too, for free. Come on, it'll be fun." Ray added with a grin, "Besides, you do like to study, right? Lately you've even been answering teachers in class." Daniel waved him off. "That was just a coincidence. I'm not some nerd who buries his nose in books all day." Ray smirked. "So what now?" Daniel shrugged. "What choice do I have? I'm already a member. Guess I have to go." With that, he began walking toward the bus, but inside, he muttered to himself, "I was supposed to stay away from the attack, and now my own friends are dragging me straight into it." As Daniel stepped onto the bus, the first thing he noticed was Justin and Alia sitting together in the front row. They looked at him with surprised expressions, clearly not expecting to see him there. But Daniel's gaze moved past them, and landed on someone who made him freeze for a moment. Vanessa. She was seated just behind them, by the window. Daniel blinked. As far as he could recall, she wasn't supposed to be part of this tour. She hadn't been mentioned in the original storyline at all. Still, without acknowledging any of them, Daniel walked straight to the back of the bus. He slipped into the very last row, followed closely by his friends, who dropped into the seats beside him. Settling into his seat, Daniel stared out the window, his thoughts racing. Another variable, he mused silently. Vanessa wasn't supposed to be in this plot. What if she's the one who told Justin and Alia about the attack? That could explain why she was watching me in class. Maybe she knows I'm a variable too. His chest tightened as a strange realization began to form. Could it be that Vanessa has read the novel as well? That she, like me, has somehow ended up inside this world? Maybe she's from my world too. The pieces began falling into place in his mind. It's possible, he thought, with a growing certainty, very possible. 20. Chapter 20. Could she be a transmigrator too? About half an hour later, they arrived at the museum. A teacher and a professional guide had taken charge, leading them through the different sections, showing them various artifacts and explaining the history tied to each one. As the group moved along, Justin and Alia eventually broke away, slipping into a different section of the museum. Watching them from a distance, Daniel turned to his friends and made up an excuse about needing to use the restroom. Without waiting for a reply, he quietly made his way toward the same section Justin and Alia had gone into. What Daniel didn't notice, however, was that Vanessa had followed him. Silently, she kept her distance as she trailed behind him. In that quiet corner of the museum, Justin and Alia stood beside a glass case housing a historical artifact. Daniel pressed himself against the wall nearby, half hidden in the shadows, observing them with sharp eyes. They've already reached the artifact, he thought. The very one that's supposed to be stolen later today. He scanned the area. Uniformed guards were positioned nearby, alert and attentive. Looks like they've already warned the museum staff, Daniel mused. What happens now? That artifact needs to end up in the wrong hands. It's crucial for the story. Raising his wrist, Daniel tapped on his tech band. A holographic screen flickered to life, displaying the time. Half an hour left, he noted. The attack is supposed to happen in the other section. That's when someone will try to steal this artifact in the chaos. Just then, Daniel saw Justin say something to Alia before walking away, heading toward the section where the attack was meant to unfold. Alia, on the other hand, stayed put, feigning interest in nearby artifacts, her eyes subtly scanning the area. she didn't leave. It clicked for Daniel. Justin is going to stop the attackers. And Alia. Alia is staying back to catch the thieves trying to steal the artifact during the distraction. His mind raced. They're trying to change the plot. They're protecting something that's meant to fall into the wrong hands. If that happens, the entire story could shift. Everything might change. Though the plot weighed heavily in the background of his thoughts, Daniel's mind was occupied by something else entirely. He stood there, eyes fixed on the artifact behind the glass case. What if I use the chaos to my advantage and steal the artifact myself? He wondered. That way, the future trouble it causes could be avoided entirely. Justin might be able to stop the theft today, but he won't always be around. They can't guard this place forever. A decision began to form in his mind. A few moments later, he casually walked over to the artifact, pretending to have just stumbled upon it. Spotting Alia nearby, he gave her a surprised look. "What are you doing here, away from the rest of the class?" he asked, as if the idea had just struck him. Alia looked equally startled. "I could ask you the same thing," she said, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Daniel smiled innocently. "I was just trying to escape the boredom of ancient history, bunking." Alia raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Then why did you even join the study group in the first place?" Daniel shrugged, unashamed. "For the free tour, obviously. And you? I didn't expect you of all people to bunk a class." Alia hesitated for a moment, then replied with a rehearsed nonchalance, "I'm not bunking. I'm just doing a little self-study." Daniel chuckled, leaning against the nearby pillar with deliberate ease. "Darling Alia," he said smoothly, "you don't need to make excuses with me. I won't tell anyone." Then, as if bored of the conversation, he turned his gaze back to the artifact. "In this entire museum," he said casually, "I think this one's the most interesting." Alia narrowed her eyes, suspicion flickering in her gaze. "What exactly do you find so interesting about it?" Daniel smiled, as if he'd been waiting for the question. "The fact that the museum doesn't even know what it really is," he said, gesturing toward the artifact. "And yet, here it is, displayed like a prized possession. Even the information card just says when and where it was found. All they know for sure is that it's old, and the script on it is in some ancient language." Alia tilted her head. "Do you know what it is?" Daniel gave a slight shrug, the corner of his lips lifting. "Not exactly. But, I think it might be a love letter." Alia raised one eyebrow, skepticism giving way to mild amusement. "Are you joking, or are you just trying to flirt with me?" Daniel paused for a beat, studying her expression. "That's odd," he thought. "As far as I remember, in the novel, Alia never picked up on flirting. She was pretty oblivious to things like that. But now, she's catching on. Almost instantly." A subtle chill crept into his thoughts. Is it possible? Could she be a transmigrator too? The realization unsettled him, not because he was afraid, but because it meant the rules of this world might be shifting right under his feet. Daniel stood before a statue, one unlike any other artifact in the museum. It was dressed in real clothing, not carved stone or synthetic replicas. To an ordinary eye, it might have looked like a simple dark outfit displayed behind reinforced glass. But Daniel knew better. This wasn't just a display, it was high-tier combat equipment. An S-tier suit, capable of drastically enhancing the wearer's physical and magical abilities. The sleek black outfit included a long coat that brushed down to the knees, a matching mask with sharp, shadowed contours, and an aura of silent menace. It belonged to one of the most mysterious figures in the revolutionary history of this world. A vigilante hero some compared to Robin Hood. A man who stole from the rich and the corrupt, redistributed his loot to the poor, and disappeared into the shadows before anyone could ever catch him. He was a master of shadow magic, a phantom of justice. Even in the moment of his death, he had been saving innocent lives from a collapsing building. But the true shock hadn't come from how he died, it came from who he was. When his mask fell, the crowd gasped. Behind it was the face of a man believed to be one of the most selfish and corrupt elites of his time, a politician notorious for bribery, sycophancy, and serving only the wealthy, and yet, his death rewrote his legacy. He became a legend. The world called him the legendary evil Ronin. For some, a hero. For others, a dangerous vigilante. And for many, a symbol, an ideal. Daniel stared at the suit, thoughts clouding his mind. He lived a double life, Daniel thought. Just like me. Or maybe like us. His gaze lingered on the long coat, the black mask. Power. Mystery. Lies. Truth. He could almost hear the weight of the story in the silence of the museum air. Then, something in the reflection caught his attention. The polished glass revealed more than just the suit. It showed a faint silhouette behind a nearby wall. A figure tucked in the same shadowed corner Daniel himself had hidden in moments ago. It was Vanessa. She was watching him. Not the artifact, not the museum, him. And she hadn't meant to be seen. Daniel's breath slowed, his pulse sharpened. So she followed me here too. 21. Chapter 21. Ronan Daniel's eyes were still fixed on the black suit behind the glass, the S-tier combat outfit worn by the legendary vigilante known as the Evil Ronin. But his focus was already drifting. The reflection in the glass had betrayed something unexpected. Vanessa. She was hiding behind the same wall Daniel had taken cover behind earlier. Another variable, Daniel muttered in his mind, his gaze sharpening. I don't trust her, not completely. But he shook off the thought, drawing in a slow breath. No focus on the plot. That's what matters right now. Turning to Alia, who stood near the artifact, he said casually, I'm not that desperate to flirt with someone like you. Alia blinked, stunned. What the heck is that supposed to mean? Daniel's tone didn't flinch. You're not my type. He turned away without waiting for a response, strolling further into the exhibit as if the conversation bored him. Alia stood frozen, the words hitting her harder than she expected. Did this spoiled rich brat just reject me? She fumed internally. Storming after him, she snapped, What do you mean I'm not your type? Daniel bit back a laugh but managed to keep his expression straight. I like smart, mature women, he said plainly, walking on. Alia, now fuming, quickened her pace. So you're saying I'm dumb? I never said that, Daniel replied over his shoulder, not stopping. But that's exactly what you meant. Daniel finally stopped walking and turned to face her. His voice lowered, smooth with amusement. Are you trying to flirt with me now? Alia's brows knit together in confusion. What are you even saying? Daniel stepped closer, just enough to make her breath hitch. I said you're not my type, because you're kind. You're beautiful. You're one of the top students here. People like you. He paused, locking eyes with her. You attract danger, and I have no interest in becoming some kind of thrill-seeking daredevil. With that, he turned again and walked away, this time without looking back. Alia didn't follow. She stood still, arms crossed, lips pressed into a puzzled line. What did he just say? Was that an insult or a compliment? What the heck was that even supposed to mean? She muttered under her breath. That's when a hand gently touched her shoulder. It was Vanessa. I didn't know you liked Daniel, she said softly, a curious glint in her eyes. Alia rolled her eyes and snapped, What are you even talking about? Why would I like him? Vanessa raised an eyebrow, smirking. The way you two were arguing? It didn't sound like that to me. That's ridiculous, Alia said instantly, her tone sharp. Vanessa let out a light laugh and teased, Then why were you chasing after him? Alia looked incredulous. Chasing? I wasn't chasing anyone. Before the conversation could escalate, a familiar voice broke through the noise. Alia. It was Justin. What are you doing here? He asked, frowning slightly. Weren't you supposed to stay near the artifact? Alia blinked and looked around, confused. She started to say something, but the words froze in her throat. A sudden, blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Everyone turned. A man near the far end of the hall clutched his head, crying out in agony as two large black horns burst out of his skull. His skin darkened, cracking and hardening into a rough, crimson texture. His muscles bulged grotesquely, shredding through his shirt. Alia stumbled back in shock, then another scream, and another. Two more people began transforming, their bodies writhing and breaking under the force of the change. Within seconds, three monstrous beings stood amidst the wreckage, Asuras. Massive. Brutal. Roaring with rage. Their unholy howls echoed through the museum as they tore through glass cases, displays, and statues. Panic swept through the crowd like wildfire. Visitors screamed, bolting toward the exits. Justin's face hardened. He turned toward Alia. I thought only one Asura was supposed to show up, he said, tension sharp in his voice. Alia's face had gone pale. I don't know. I swear. Fear was etched across her features, and the same terror had gripped Vanessa, who stood frozen beside her. Because now, all three Asuras were standing directly in front of them, and they weren't here to talk. Justin drew his sword with a steely glint in his eyes. 1 or 3, doesn't matter. We fight. Alia and Vanessa, hearing his words, nodded in unison. Their expressions turned serious as they prepared to battle. Elsewhere in the museum, in a quieter wing filled with ancient artifacts, 4 masked figures moved swiftly and silently. The once bustling section was now deserted, civilians had already evacuated, and all the guards were occupied trying to handle the chaos erupting in the main hall. One of the intruders smirked as he placed an explosive device on a cluster of CCTV cameras. Boom! Sparks flew and the lenses shattered. He let out a low, mocking laugh. Did they really think a few guards could stop us from stealing this artifact? Pathetic. Shut it, another snapped. Focus on the job. The team leader nodded to a tall figure, who immediately grabbed a glowing relic from its stand, a pulsing orb encased in a strange metallic frame. They turned to run. But just as the artifact bearer sprinted ahead, a gust of wind cut through the hallway like a blade. Without warning, the man's stride slowed, and then stopped altogether. His eyes widened. His limbs trembled. Something was wrong. The others, too busy engaging a few returning guards, didn't notice, until it was too late. A shadow stepped into the dim light. Daniel. He was wearing the legendary Evil Ronin's ninja suit. A black mask covered most of his face, and his eyes gleamed with cunning mischief. Thanks for the delivery, he whispered with a smirk. In a flash, he snatched the artifact from the man's hand and slipped it into a hidden pocket. The man could do nothing but stare, frozen, struggling, paralyzed. And then, Daniel vanished as swiftly as he had appeared, his cloak flickering with shadow magic. When the remaining 3 attackers finally defeated the guards and turned back, they found their comrade unconscious, slumped against the wall. Blood trickled from his neck. One of them rushed over, kneeling beside him. He checked the man's pulse and examined the wound. It's not too deep, he said grimly, but I think it's poisoned. If we don't get him out of here fast, he's not going to make it. The man, most likely the leader of the group, narrowed his eyes and muttered, whoever injured him must still be nearby. Without waiting for a response, he turned and stalked forward, scanning the shadows. Suddenly, without warning, he lunged at a seemingly empty wall. Only for Daniel to leap out from the other side, narrowly dodging the ambush. Now, the 2 men stood face to face. Daniel's eyes flickered with tension. He actually found me? So, my stealth skill isn't as good as I thought. Maybe I do need to level up. He didn't have time to dwell on the thought. The man dashed toward him, his fist flying through the air like a missile. Daniel barely dodged, twisting his body and flipping backward to create distance. The man came again, and again. Blow after blow. Ruthless, precise, relentless. Daniel didn't fight back. Not yet. He focused on evasion, on survival, until suddenly a powerful strike came, too fast to dodge. Daniel crossed his arms in front of him, blocking just in time. The impact sent him flying several feet through the air before he crashed hard onto the cold marble floor. The man chuckled darkly as he unsheathed a long, black-edged sword from his back. This little game was fun, he said, his voice laced with menace, but now, it's time to finish it. Daniel groaned, pushing himself up from the ground, his arms stinging from the blow. But his eyes, still sharp, still smiling, he straightened, brushing dust from his shoulder. The game is just getting started. With that, he reached into his coat and drew a gleaming dagger, one etched with ancient symbols pulsing in a faint blue light. The air between them thickened. Round 2 was about to begin. 22. Chapter 22. Asura the man let out a mocking laugh as he spotted the dagger in Daniel's hand. That's your weapon? He scoffed. But before he could finish sneering, Daniel launched forward, activating his dash skill with incredible speed, his form a blur as he closed the gap between them in an instant. The man's smile widened. Kid, he said, calmly stepping to the side, you're not the only one with a dash skill. With that, he vanished, only to reappear behind Daniel with his own burst of speed. But just as they clashed mid-motion, congratulations! You have leveled up. Level 3 unlocked. A faint shimmer of energy pulsed around Daniel's body. A subtle grin touched his lips. Perfect timing. He dropped low, dodging beneath the incoming strike, and slid forward with grace. As he passed, he slashed at the man's ankle with his dagger. The blade met its mark, drawing blood. The man hissed but didn't stop. He twisted his body in a tight pivot and brought his elbow crashing toward Daniel's side. The strike landed, grazing Daniel's abdomen. Daniel stumbled back, clutching the side of his stomach as a thin line of blood trickled down. He gritted his teeth and slapped a hand over the wound to stop the bleeding, wiping it away quickly with the edge of his sleeve. It wasn't deep. He could still fight. The man laughed again, stepping forward to deliver another dash-infused attack. But then froze. His vision blurred, his steps staggered. He blinked hard, confusion setting in. Poison, he touched his eye as if trying to steady his senses. Then, unexpectedly, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Peeved, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Daniel stared at him with furrowed brows. Did he just lose it? Did the poison hit his brain? But Daniel didn't lower his stance. He knew better. The real fight was just getting started. The man chuckled darkly. You thought that would be enough to stop me? Suddenly, a low rumble echoed from his body. Daniel's eyes widened as thick, curved horns erupted from the man's skull. His skin began to shift, turning green, rough, and cracked like stone. His muscles bulged grotesquely, his frame doubling in size as his shirt tore apart at the seams. A faint, toxic green aura radiated around him, humming with raw, demonic energy. He wasn't human. He was an Asura, and now, he had shed his disguise. Daniel swallowed hard, the lump in his throat catching for a second, but then, a crooked smile tugged at his lips. I was waiting for you to stop hiding, he said with excitement glinting in his eyes. Now we're talking. The tension in the room shot up like a crackling storm. This wasn't just a fight anymore, it was war. And as if on cue, the other three intruders reappeared. Even the one Daniel had struck earlier, he looked healed, no longer limping, no longer bleeding. Daniel's jaw clenched. Darn it, he thought, they had to show up now? But the Asura raised a hand and signaled them to stay back. This one's mine, he growled, his voice layered with a guttural echo that sent chills through the air. Daniel didn't need confirmation. This wasn't just some minion. This was the mastermind. From the way he stood, the way the room pulsed around him, it was clear. Everything that had happened in the museum, the infiltration, the stolen artifact, it had all been orchestrated by this Asura. Daniel's mind raced. I need to finish him fast and get out of here, but darn, walking away from a fight this epic? That's not really my style. Besides, this might be the perfect chance to level up again. Without wasting another second, he surged forward, activating dash skill, a blur of motion aimed straight at the Asura's core. But the Asura met him head-on, charging like a juggernaut. Their skills clashed in a shockwave that cracked the walls, their silhouettes colliding midair in a blur of steel and green energy. The Asura was stronger now, faster, heavier, monstrous in every way. Daniel could barely hold his ground. He ducked, rolled, parried, countered, each move barely buying him a second. Still no level up, he thought, teeth gritted as he blocked a brutal blow that sent him sliding backwards. Come on. I'm earning this. But still, no level up notification, and Daniel wasn't backing down, not yet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the museum, the battle was just as fierce, if not more brutal. 3 Asuras had engaged the rest of the team, and the atmosphere crackled with chaos and danger. Alia was exhausted. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her limbs heavy as stone. She stumbled under the weight of a blow, tumbling across the stone floor until her body crashed into a sealed artifact chamber, shattering it on impact. A spray of blood escaped her lips as she groaned in pain. The Asura she faced towered over her, far more powerful than anything she'd anticipated. His strikes were relentless. Each one heavier, faster, more vicious than the last. She couldn't match his strength, and now, she could barely stand. Vanessa wasn't faring much better. She was barely holding off her opponent, blocking with precise technique, but every clash pushed her closer to the edge. The Asura before her was a brute, forcing her on the defensive with each step. Only Justin seemed to be holding his ground. He matched his enemy's ferocity blow for blow, a fierce fire burning in his eyes, refusing to back down. His aura crackled with defiance as he slammed his sword into the Asura's guard, refusing to yield. But Alia, she was running out of time. The Asura above her chuckled, low and menacing. Then, with a sudden shimmer of dark magic, a glowing spear materialized in his hand. His grin widened. With calm cruelty, he began to approach her, the spear gleaming with fatal intent. Alia's body trembled. She could barely lift her arms. Her vision blurred as the world swayed. She watched the Asura closing in, the spear aimed at her heart. And then, with a faint smile, resigned, yet proud, she whispered through her bloody lips, "Looks like, this is the end for me." Her voice was soft, but steady. She didn't scream, she didn't beg. She accepted. But fate, as always, had its own plans. Justin froze the moment he saw the Asura advancing toward Alia, spear drawn, menace glowing in its eyes. Panic surged through him like wildfire. A cold, sharp fear gripped his chest. What if she dies? What if I lose her right here? Desperation made him reckless. In a split second, he turned away from his own opponent and lunged toward the Asura threatening Alia, determined to end the fight before it was too late. But the moment of haste cost him. His enemy seized the opportunity. With a guttural roar, the Asura slashed at Justin, his blade cleaving through the air with brutal strength. Justin barely managed to raise his sword in defense, the metal clanging with a deafening impact. The sheer force of the blow sent a violent shockwave through his body. His arms trembled. His knees buckled. His vision blurred. This is it, Justin thought as darkness began to eat at the edges of his consciousness. I'm going to die, and the worst part is, I knew this place was going to be attacked. I knew the Asuras were coming. Maybe I shouldn't have wasted that wish, maybe if I'd known there would be more than one of them. His eyes began to close, and all light faded, but then, a voice. Soft. Innocent. Big brother, a giggle followed. Sweet, bright, full of life. Big brother. Justin's heart clenched. His breath caught. No, his mind ignited like a spark on dry leaves. No, I refuse to die. Not like this. Not so pathetically. His eyes snapped open, filled with renewed fire. This time, I will save everyone. This time, I won't waste my wish. And in that moment, something awakened inside him. A brilliant blue light burst forth from his body, engulfing him in a radiant aura. Power surged through his veins like lightning. His grip tightened on his sword's hilt as his feet lifted off the ground. He spun through the air with impossible speed and grace, slashing downward just in time, his blade slicing clean through the neck of the Asura poised to strike Alia. Its head separated from its body in a single stroke, vanishing into a puff of black mist. Justin landed beside Alia with the soft thud of a warrior reborn. His eyes glowed an intense sapphire blue, his entire body surrounded by crackling energy. His very presence radiated unshakable strength. Alia, wounded and gasping, looked up in shock. Justin," she whispered, awestruck. But he was already moving. With a flash of speed rivaling lightning itself, Justin vanished and reappeared beside Vanessa, just as the Asura attacking her raised its claws. His blade flashed once. A scream. The creature's arm tumbled through the air, severed. Vanessa didn't waste the opening. Channeling her magic, she pulled her blood into the air, streams of crimson twisting and swirling, morphing into jagged crystalline spikes. She pushed them toward the reeling Asura. The blood-forged shards pierced through its throat and skull like hot knives through butter. The Asura collapsed in a crumpled heap, dead before it hit the ground. Justin and Vanessa stood tall, bloodied but unbroken, side by side in the flickering blue glow of Justin's awakened power. The tide of battle had shifted. 23, Chapter 23, Greenhorn. Daniel's fight against the Asura leader had become a brutal war of attrition. Both combatants were bloodied, their movements slower but just as deadly. Cracks in the ground, splatters of blood, and the sound of clashing steel filled the air like a war anthem. Daniel, now fully awakened in level 3, had begun to close the gap between them. Blow by blow, he was forcing the Asura leader onto the back foot, and the Asura leader knew it. With a subtle hand signal, he called for his remaining lieutenants. In a flash, 3 more Asuras broke away from the shadows and launched themselves at Daniel, weapons gleaming with murderous intent. TCH. Daniel's eyes narrowed. He immediately stepped back, pivoted midair, and brought his blade up in a sweeping arc to deflect the oncoming blows. Sparks flew. The impact forced him to skid backward. TCH. Where's your warrior spirit now, greenhorns? He taunted, a smirk pulling at the corner of his lips. One of the Asuras lunged forward, snarling, in the end, winning is everything. Dodging gracefully, Daniel replied with a sharp laugh, I've seen your kind before. All bark, no bite. You act tough when you're cornered, but deep down, you're just scared little dogs. Honestly, this is getting boring. He ducked under a horizontal slash, rolled forward, and tried to create distance. But the Asuras weren't giving him that luxury. Before he could reposition, they had encircled him completely. And the worst part? The path he was retreating toward already had another Asura waiting. This one stood tall, silent, and eerily composed. He wasn't rushing. Instead, he raised a massive twin-bladed axe, its edge glinting like a crescent moon under the battlefield's eerie glow. His presence screamed death. Daniel came to a halt. Trapped. 3 Asuras behind him, and a hulking axe-wielder in front. So, this is how it is, Daniel muttered, his grip tightening on his sword. A faint smirk returned to his lips. But you've made one mistake. Cornering the wrong prey. In that instant, the air around him shifted. While chaos erupted across the battlefield, the final surviving Asura circled back, eyes locked onto Justin once more. He had witnessed Justin's terrifying surge of power and knew he couldn't overpower him head-on. So, the Asura adopted a more defensive stance. Weaving and dodging, testing Justin's movements instead of committing to a full-on clash. The fight stretched, neither of them landing a finishing blow. Justin's blade flashed in the air, his strikes growing sharper, faster, but the Asura was adapting, learning with every passing second. Then, something shifted. The Asura's eyes flicked to the side, just in time to see his comrade fall. Vanessa stood tall, bloodied but victorious, her body surrounded by a mist of crimson energy. The other Asura lay dead at her feet. Panic flared across the surviving Asura's face. Retreat. He spun on his heel, ready to flee, but he never made it. In a flash, Justin appeared behind him. A single, precise slash, clean and brutal, sliced through the Asura's leg, severing it at the knee. The creature screamed, falling forward, only for Justin to drive his sword forward in the same motion. The blade pierced through the Asura's back, impaling him straight through the heart. The tip of the sword spotted out his chest, glistening with dark blood. The Asura choked, blood spewing from his mouth, as his body collapsed forward, twitching one last time before falling still. Justin stood over the corpse, his expression cold. With one swift motion, he yanked his sword free. He raised it high into the air, its blade now glowing faintly with blue energy. And with a calm but resolute gesture, he signaled his victory to the skies above. Daniel's eyes lit up with excitement the moment he spotted the opportunity. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, his movements sharp, focused, lethal. Suddenly, a green glow enveloped his body. It slithered around him, coiling like a serpent. Divine Serpent's heart. You possess the heart of the Divine Serpent. Right-pointing arrow combat abilities temporarily boosted for 1 minute, his pupils narrowed. A grin crept across his face as he reached inside his jacket and drew a second dagger. Twin blades now in hand, he lunged at the Asura before him. With a vicious cross slash, he carved a glowing X across the enemy's chest. The Asura stumbled back, gurgling in shock. Daniel was already gone. Without losing momentum, he dashed toward the next target. The second Asura attempted to intercept, but Daniel's dagger pushed into his chest with ruthless precision, piercing his heart and bursting out through his back. The body fell limp before hitting the ground. No pause. No mercy. Daniel was already above the third Asura. He raised his hand, and from his palm, a jet of flame erupted. The blaze engulfed the third Asura instantly. Within a single second, all three enemies fell, slain. The final Asura's body began to convulse. Boom! It exploded into a burst of dark energy, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. In Daniel's mind, a cold, mechanical voice echoed, plus 100 XP gained. Plus 100 XP gained. He opened his soul panel. Let's put that to good use. With a tap, he channeled the express into his level progression. Congratulations! You've leveled up. Level 4 right pointing arrow level 5. Power surged through him. Muscles tightened. Reflexes sharpened. His entire body thrummed with renewed strength. Daniel turned slowly, eyes locking onto the Asura leader. The ground around him crackled with green energy. His aura pulsed, wild and aggressive. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and nose. His head throbbed with pain, but he didn't let it show. Not for a second. He kept staring the Asura down, tilting his head with a smirk. "Come back when you've become a real warrior," Daniel said, voice calm but laced with contempt. Then, with two fingers raised in a mock salute, he vanished, dashing away before the Asura could react. The Asura, breathing hard, exhaled in relief. But that moment of calm didn't last long. From the shadows, the heroes' team appeared, powerful, ready, united. The Asura's eyes widened. Without a word, he morphed back into human form and escaped, vanishing just as quickly as Daniel had. In a quiet corner of the museum's garden, Daniel reached behind a tall plant and retrieved his backpack. He quickly unzipped it and carefully placed the stolen artifact inside. A small smirk tugged at his lips as he whispered under his breath. "Ronin mode, off." With that simple command, the sleek combat suit covering his body shimmered and began to retract. It dissolved into streams of digital particles, flowing into the bracelet strapped around his wrist. In a matter of seconds, the suit vanished entirely, leaving Daniel in his regular clothes once again. Outside the museum, a restless crowd was still gathered, spectators, survivors, and tourists whispering stories of the chaos they'd witnessed. Among them stood Daniel's classmates and fellow members of the college's travel club. He slipped into the crowd effortlessly, blending in with the students as if he'd been there the whole time. After a few minutes of pretending to search, Daniel walked up to Ray and the others, raising his voice just enough to sound believable. "Man, I've been looking everywhere for you guys. Where the heck were you?" Ray turned to him, frowning. His eyes scanned Daniel's face and clothes. He looked a little dirty, slightly roughed up, and there were faint bruises near his collar. "You okay?" Ray asked, concern flickering in his tone. Daniel gave a casual nod. "Yeah, I was still inside when that Asura attacked. Got stuck near one of the side halls. But then Justin and Alia showed up and started fighting it. While they had it distracted, I slipped out with the crowd." As Daniel finished speaking, a sudden ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. He turned, following the gaze of the others. Justin, Alia, Vanessa. The trio stepped out of the museum's grand entrance like heroes emerging from a war zone. Their clothes were scuffed, faces marked with exhaustion. But they held themselves with the pride of warriors. Cameras flashed. Reporters swarmed. People shouted questions, cheering them on, asking for details of the battle, what the Asura was, how they managed to survive, how they fought it off. Phones were raised. Videos recorded. Social media buzzed. And in that moment, while the spotlight shined on the three heroes, Daniel melted further into the crowd, hands in his pockets, expression unreadable. Only the faint green light flickering in his bracelet hinted at the part he'd played in the chaos. 24. Chapter 24. Zon Alia wasn't used to this kind of attention. She stood awkwardly under the flash of cameras, overwhelmed by the reporters crowding around them. Her words stumbled out as she tried to answer a question with a nervous smile. It was really exciting. We learned a lot, and yeah, it was fun too." She blushed, unsure of what else to say. Sensing her discomfort, Justin and Vanessa stepped forward like seasoned pros, taking control of the situation. They addressed the reporters with confidence, answering the flood of questions while keeping their expressions calm and composed. By the time the sun began to set, everyone had returned to the academy. The day's chaos finally gave way to silence. Inside his dorm room, Gilbert sat with the lights dimmed, watching the news unfold on his tablet. Every major channel was talking about the museum incident. 7 asuras attacked the Central City Museum today. 3 were taken down by Academy students, Justin, Alia, and Vanessa. The remaining 3 were neutralized by an elite squad of licensed heroes. Gilbert raised an eyebrow as he read through the headlines. Meanwhile, a few doors down, Daniel was sprawled across his bed, arms behind his head, watching the same news feed on his phone. His lips twisted into a mildly irritated pout. TCH. These heroes totally stole my credit. Not even a mention of the legendary evil Ronin. Come on, at least say something. He tossed the phone aside with a sigh, then glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, the same one that now held the combat suit he'd used to defeat multiple asuras with ease. Then again, he thought, Ronin was still considered a vigilante by the government. Publicly praising him would have meant endorsing rebellion, and probably risked stirring up talk of revolution again. He exhaled sharply. Whatever, they can keep the credit, because honestly, Daniel didn't care much about fame. What truly mattered was the reward. From this mission, he'd gained 2 things far more valuable than recognition. A powerful suit that could turn the tide in any future battle. And a rare, stolen artifact humming with ancient energy, safely tucked away in his bag. He glanced at it now, glowing faintly from within the shadows of the room. Guess I'm luckier than most heroes. Daniel whispered under his breath, Ronin mode. And in the very next moment, a faint glow erupted from his bracelet. Within seconds, he stood there, transformed. A sleek, jet-black suit clung perfectly to his frame. It was crafted with numerous slots and pockets, designed for weapons and utility. Over it, a long coat flowed like a shadow behind him, and in both hands, he now wielded a pair of obsidian daggers. They weren't just for show. C-tier weapons, called to look at and deadly in the right hands. Daniel examined his new gear, a glint of appreciation in his eyes. This equipment's pretty good, he murmured, flexing his fingers inside the gloves. But something about this whole thing feels off. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The museum never said a word about the suit being stolen. Or the artifact. He tilted his head, frowning. And what's stranger is, they used 3 low-level asuras as part of the attraction. Last time there was only 1. Did they somehow know Justin and Alia would be there to stop them? He paused. But even if someone did know about the plot, they didn't try to stop the theft. Which means, maybe they weren't aware of the plan, they just knew someone was going to interfere. He scratched his head, clearly agitated. Why am I even thinking this hard about it? Maybe there's a mole inside the museum, he muttered, almost dismissively. His gaze drifted to the stolen artifact, a small, jagged piece of parchment shaped like a slice of pizza. It looked almost ridiculous in form, but what made it valuable was what was written on it. Strange inscriptions in ancient Chinese. A language so obscure that only a handful of scholars in the present day could actually understand it. He took a breath and whispered again, Ronin mode off. With a soft pulse of light, the suit dissolved back into his bracelet, disappearing without a trace. Daniel leaned back, smirking slightly. Honestly, I didn't want to get involved in this plot again, but then I figured, why not keep it for myself? He chuckled, as if trying to justify his decision to no one in particular. After all, it's not like it'll mess with the plot too much, and technically, I am helping save the world. That counts for something, right? He turned the artifact in his hand one last time before slipping it into a hidden compartment in his bag. And besides, I left that Asura leader alive, he muttered. He'll come back stronger, eventually. He'll want revenge. He exhaled, lowering his voice as he remembered the name. Zan. That's what he called himself. He'll rise again, as a powerful Asura warrior. And his only target will be Justin, his self-declared sole enemy and eternal rival. Daniel shrugged, almost casually. Well, not my problem. Whistling a soft, carefree tune, he walked toward the bathroom. The water began to run. The steam rose. And by the time the night fully settled in, Daniel was fast asleep, unaware of the chain of events he had just set into motion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Zan, the Asura who had escaped, had taken refuge in an illegal gambling den, but this wasn't just a hideout. He owned the place. Now seated in a dark, richly furnished office lit only by the blue glow of neon signs outside and the flickering screen in front of him, Zahn was on a video call. The man on the other side wasn't fully visible. His face was hidden in shadow, but his voice was deep and commanding. So you're telling me, the man's tone was slow, heavy, and chilling, that you completely failed your mission? Zahn lowered his head, ashamed. I'm really sorry, sir. The voice on the other end didn't shout. That made it worse. It's all right. What could you have done against those heroes anyway? He said coldly. But are you telling me that 3 kids managed to stop all 7 of you? Zahn hesitated before replying. No, boss, it wasn't them. He swallowed hard. It was a boy. Just one. He had his face covered, but from the shape of his body, he couldn't have been more than 16. He killed 3 of our fighters, alone. There was silence on the line. Zahn continued, nervously, before I could figure out who he was. The heroes showed up. I had no choice but to run. The man's voice turned even quieter, but every word hit like a blade. So what you're telling me is that a 16-year-old boy, likely newly awakened, took down 3 of your fighters, escaped with the artifact, and you don't even know what he looks like? Zahn stiffened. His boss didn't need to yell for him to feel the threat. He could sense it. Death was only one mistake away. He bowed his head lower, voice trembling. Sir, give me one last chance. I'll find him. I'll beat the crud out of him. And I'll recover the artifact. There was a long pause, and then that chilling voice spoke again. And if you fail? The tone dropped to something cold, inhuman. Your fate will be a cruel death. With that, the screen went black. Zahn slumped back in his chair for a moment, exhaling shakily. Then his eyes gleamed red with rage. His fingers curled into fists. Wherever you are, whoever you are, you humiliated me. I'll find you, he growled, his voice dripping with venom. I'll make you regret not taking me seriously. And with that, he threw his head back and burst into maniacal laughter, echoing through the smoky walls of the gambling house, as the scene faded to black. 25. Chapter 25. Stone's weaponry and armory. Daniel was rich, at least in name. In reality, his bank account told a very different story. Sighing deeply, Daniel walked through the bustling capital market, silently cursing his luck. The academy was closed again today, no classes, and he had decided to make use of the free time by heading to the city. He carried with him a small pouch filled with mana crystals he had gathered from the depths of the sea. His plan: sell them and hopefully make enough money to survive the week. He stopped in front of a shop with a weathered sign that read, Stone's Weaponry and Armory. It was a fairly underrated store, not exactly crowded, not particularly flashy. But its gear? Surprisingly good. Justin, the academy's golden boy, always bought his equipment here. The shop owner used to give him generous discounts even before he got famous, and once Justin's name exploded across the capital as a prodigy, students started pouring in, hoping to use the same weapons, wear the same armor, maybe borrow a bit of his luck. With Justin's fame, the shop's popularity skyrocketed. Daniel stepped toward the entrance just as Justin was walking out. They missed each other by a hair's breadth. Daniel, lost in his thoughts, didn't even notice, but Justin did. His eyes widened for a split second as he spotted Daniel walking into the shop. Daniel? What's he doing here? He wondered silently. He paused for a moment, visibly taken aback. But then, as if shaking off the thought, he turned away and walked down the street, disappearing into the crowd. Daniel, oblivious to the encounter, pushed open the door and stepped inside. With a faint smile, Daniel said politely, "Excuse me?" On the other side of the counter, a young woman was crouched beneath, arranging some equipment. At the sound of his voice, she suddenly looked up and replied, "Yes, sir. Which kind of equip?" But the words froze in her throat the moment her eyes met his. As she looked at Daniel, something bloomed inside her, like a field of flowers in spring. He's so handsome, she thought, heart fluttering. Her gaze swept over him from head to toe. He was wearing the Hero Academy uniform, neat and proud. Are all Hero Academy students this good-looking? She wondered. First it was Justin, and now this guy? Daniel cleared his throat gently to regain her attention. "Hello, miss?" Snapping out of her daze, the girl stammered, flustered, "Oh, I'm sorry. What kind of equipment do you need?" "We have all types, swords, shields, staffs, catalysts. And if you want something custom, We can make that too. Anything you desire. She said it all in a single breath. Her name was Rena Stone. Shy and clumsy by nature, but behind that awkward exterior hid a brilliant mind. She was smart, business-minded, and a gifted alchemist. She always wore loose, ill-fitting clothes and a pair of round spectacles perched on her nose. Her hair shimmered in yellowish-green hues, matching the glow of her sharp eyes. Although she was still at the beginning of her alchemy journey, mostly making low-grade items, her talent was undeniable. With no money to attend a formal academy or afford proper training, she worked at her family's shop. But once the store gained popularity, largely thanks to Justin's endorsements, Rena slowly started chasing her passion. Within a year, she'd earned the title of Genius Alchemist. Her only weakness? Handsome guys. One glimpse of a good-looking face, and all her logic circuits seemed to fry. That said, Rena was a strict professional. Just because she swooned over someone didn't mean she'd offer discounts. She was the type to keep personal and professional completely separate. Justin got discounts not because of his looks, but because he brought the shop recognition and customers. He was good for business, plain and simple. Daniel, unaware of the storm he just stirred in Rena's heart, smiled gently and said, "Can I speak to the owner? I'm here to sell some mana crystals." Rena, visibly disappointed, said with a sigh, "Oh, I'm sorry, but we don't buy mana crystals." Daniel arched an eyebrow. "Not even," he said, pulling something from his bag, "when they're S quality." He held out a shimmering crystal that pulsed with an inner glow, blue at the core, fading into silver edges like moonlight on still water. "I think Mr. Stone is going to love this," Daniel added with a soft smile, "and don't worry, I won't ask for a single penny in return." Rena stared at the crystal, stunned. "What? Then, what do you want?" Daniel gave a half smile, his voice calm and confident. "First, let him see this. If he agrees to meet me, we'll talk then." Still a little dazed, Rena called over a shop assistant, a lanky boy with soot on his sleeves, and handed him the crystal. "Take this to Mr. Stone," she said. "He's in the workshop upstairs." The boy nodded and rushed off. Upstairs, Roderick Stone sat near the forge, flames flickering beside him. He was a middle-aged man, broad-shouldered, his hands calloused from years of forging weapons. Despite his exceptional talent as a blacksmith, his business had never flourished. Poor financial decisions, a complete lack of marketing skills, and above all, the constant burden of his wife's medical condition had drained both his wealth and his spirit. Rena, his daughter, had stepped into alchemy not just out of passion, but out of necessity, to ease the burden on her father, to keep their home afloat. As Roderick held the crystal the boy brought him, his weary eyes widened. He turned it over in his hands, examining every angle. The longer he stared, the more astonished he became. A moment later, without a word, he leapt up and rushed down the stairs. Meanwhile, in the store's small meeting room, Daniel and Rena sat facing each other across a low wooden table. The room smelled faintly of iron, oil, and old parchment. Daniel sat comfortably, his demeanor relaxed. Rena, on the other hand, kept stealing glances at him, still trying to piece him together. The sound of quick footsteps echoed, and then, Roderick entered the room, breathless, eyes gleaming with curiosity and excitement. Daniel smiled the moment he saw him, a warm, knowing smile that caught Rena's attention. Her brows knit slightly. She didn't like that smile, or rather, she didn't like the fact that she did like it. Roderick walked straight over to Rena and asked, voice urgent, "Rena, where did you get this crystal? Who does it belong to?" Rena was just about to respond when Daniel leaned back slightly, a calm smile on his lips, and said with a polite nod, "Pleasure to meet you, Sir Roderick Stone." Roderick turned toward him, eyes narrowing with curiosity. He scanned Daniel's youthful face, trying to place him, but the name didn't ring any bells. Without a word, Daniel reached for his bag and, with a casual flick, overturned it. One by one, more than 30 crystal stones spilled onto the table in a shimmering cascade. Each one glowing faintly, their magical resonance humming through the wooden surface. The room was instantly filled with a radiant energy. Rena's eyes widened. Even Roderick took a step back, as if the sheer power emanating from the stones had caught him off guard. Daniel, still smiling, said smoothly, "My name is Daniel, Daniel Johnson." Roderick raised an eyebrow. "Johnson," he muttered, thinking. The name clearly meant something, but the young man didn't seem to be anyone he'd heard of. Daniel chuckled softly. Yes, my surname is just Johnson, but as for my pocket, well, that's quite empty at the moment. That dry humor earned a half laugh from Rudrick, who said with some confusion, you show up with a pile of S-tier monocrystals, and still claim to be broke? I can't tell if you're being humble or mocking me. Daniel only gave a small smile, then shrugged, as if brushing away the question. Let's not beat around the bush, he said. I have an offer. In exchange for these monostones, I want 50% ownership of this shop. What do you think? His tone was still light, but there was weight behind the words, a quiet confidence that made it clear he wasn't joking. Rudrick paused, visibly startled. He glanced once more at the glittering stones on the table, their value unquestionably far beyond anything his shop was worth. Then, with a cautious breath, he said, these monostones, they're worth 10 times the actual value of my entire shop. But the truth is, I've already handed the business over to my daughter, so now, it's her decision. Daniel turned his eyes to Rena. She sat elegantly, her back resting against the sofa, her hands folded, a calm but regal air about her. The soft golden light from the crystals made her eyes seem even sharper, like molten bronze. Her expression betrayed nothing, but her presence filled the room. Daniel smiled at her, unshaken. Now the ball was in her court, and both men waited for the girl on the throne to speak. 26. Chapter 26. Villa Rena blinked, clearly taken aback. The small vial in her hand trembled slightly as she tightened her grip on it. Why did you raise it by 10%? She asked, her voice sharp with suspicion. Daniel leaned back against the sofa, his posture relaxed, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He looked completely at ease, like a gambler who already knew the cards everyone else was holding. Folding his fingers together, he tilted his head just slightly and replied, I offered you a deal, 50% for the monostones. But now you're admitting the recipe is real. A genuine alchemist's recipe, right? Rena glanced down at the shimmering green liquid in the vial, then looked up again, eyes narrowed. That still doesn't explain the sudden increase. You haven't proven it works. Daniel gave a small shrug, eyes twinkling with mischief. Isn't that the job of an alchemist? To take theory and turn it into reality? You said yourself. It's authentic. I'm just adjusting the price for the truth. Rena scoffed, setting the vial carefully on the table between them. You're playing games. Daniel leaned forward now, resting his elbows on his knees, the playfulness in his voice turning serious for a moment. No, Rena. I'm making offers. And this, he tapped the paper with the recipe, is worth a lot more than even those crystals. A tense silence settled between them. Upstairs, Rudrick paced slowly, clearly torn by the conversation he could partly overhear. Finally, Rena spoke, her tone lower, more composed. 60% is too much. Daniel smiled again, this time with a glint of challenge. Then make a counteroffer. But just remember, opportunities like this don't knock twice. I mean, you still would get ownership. The shop suddenly didn't feel like a dusty corner of the capital anymore. It felt like the center of a deal that could change everything, for both of them. Daniel pushed the heavy, crystal-laden bag forward on the table, his smile cool and unwavering. Mr. Stone, he said, voice smooth as silk, I believe a seasoned blacksmith like yourself already knows the value of S-tier monostones. Would you mind telling your daughter just how much these are worth? Rudrick glanced at the bag, then leaned back with a casual sigh, as if discussing the price of bread and not treasures of immense power. At minimum, $100 million. The words landed like a hammer strike. Rena's mouth fell open. For a moment, she couldn't even breathe. $100 million? Her mind reeled. Now it made sense. Daniel had offered stones worth far more than their humble company's entire valuation. Even at 50% ownership, the deal was beyond generous, and yet, he'd upped it to 60%. She looked at him, bewildered, but Daniel simply smiled. You can keep the recipe and the monostones, he said, voice gentle but firm. What you do with them, sell them, use them to forge equipment, that's entirely up to you both. Rena felt as though the ground beneath her had shifted. His offer was nothing short of a gift from the gods. And yet, a seed of doubt crept into her thoughts. Why? Why would he be so kind? So giving? She met his gaze, now wary. Why are you so interested in our business, Daniel? I mean, you're giving us something worth more than we could ever repay. What do you stand to gain from this? Daniel let out a short laugh. And why do you assume I'm taking a loss? Rena stared at him, confusion in her eyes. He chuckled again, this time more warmly. Sure, maybe right now your shop's not worth much, but the future? That's a different story. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with something more than ambition, something closer to belief. I trust your business instincts, Rena. Your talent, your potential. I'm not just investing in a building, I'm investing in you. Rena's breath caught in her throat. You really think we'll grow enough to make this worth your while? Daniel's grin widened, his confidence radiating. Absolutely. I believe in both of you. In fact, he sat back with a relaxed exhale. I'm betting everything on it. Rena still looked uncertain, her brows knit in thought. She was trying hard to make sense of everything, but the offer was too sudden, too grand to process. She found herself spiraling in contemplation, unable to decide what the right move was. Daniel, noticing her hesitation, leaned forward slightly, his tone light but persuasive. I also have more potion formulas, if that helps your decision. Rena didn't even let him finish. Deal, she said, almost impulsively. Moments later, the digital contract was prepared and reviewed. With a few taps and biometric verifications, it was done. The 60 ownership rights of the company were now officially transferred to Daniel Johnson. However, the management and decision-making rights remained solely with Rena. Yet even after signing, Rena was still visibly confused. No one just gives away something that valuable, she thought. What does he want in return? Unable to find a logical explanation, her mind wandered to something irrational, but emotionally easier to accept. Maybe he's into me. Maybe that's why he's doing all this. That little idea was enough to temporarily soothe the chaos of doubt within her. Trying to shift back into business mode, she said with a soft but firm voice, all right, now give me the rest of the formulas. Daniel smirked, leaning back comfortably on the couch. What's the hurry? First, try putting today's potion into the market. If you can sell 1,000 bottles, I'll hand over the next formula. Then he gave her a playful wink. Rena, who had begun to scowl at his teasing tone, suddenly flushed, caught off guard by the gesture. Her anger melted into an involuntary blush as she looked away, trying to hide the faint smile tugging at her lips. Of course, Daniel could have easily given her the entire book, the one he found inside Selena's ancient chamber, but he had no intention of overwhelming Rena or derailing the storyline just yet. She needed to focus. He needed her focused. After a few more minutes discussing logistics and pricing strategies, Daniel stood up and left the shop, his footsteps light, his grin lingering. Rena watched him go, half frustrated, half curious, and completely intrigued. As Daniel wandered through the bustling streets of the market, his thoughts were tangled in a web of unanswered questions. If I'm really a member of the Johnson family, then I should at least have some shares in the family estate. Or some kind of property. And what about my parents? Why don't I remember anything about them? And more importantly, who the heck tried to kill me that night? Frustration crept into his voice as he muttered to himself. Pulling out his sleek tech band, he tapped into the academy's network, accessing his student profile. His eyes narrowed as he scrolled through the personal details listed on the holographic screen. This must be my home address, he murmured, spotting a line with a location pinned to it. Without wasting another second, Daniel hailed a taxi and headed straight for the destination. The ride was quiet, the outside world blurring past as Daniel remained lost in thought. But as the cab turned into an upscale neighborhood and finally halted in front of an elegant villa, his jaw almost dropped. The villa stood grand and imposing, surrounded by high walls and lush gardens. Its architecture screamed wealth and old prestige, arched balconies, marble columns, and large pane glass windows that shimmered in the daylight. He stepped out slowly, eyes wide, barely believing what he was seeing. This is mine, he whispered to himself, staring up at the majestic structure. In my last life, I lived in a tiny house in a middle-class colony. I used to dream about places like this. His thoughts were interrupted as two uniformed guards stationed by the gate caught sight of him and immediately straightened up. Good afternoon, young master, one of them said respectfully, giving him a crisp salute. Daniel blinked. They recognize me. A strange sensation filled his chest, equal parts pride and discomfort. With a deep breath, he stepped forward and walked down the stone-paved path that led to the main entrance. The closer he got, the more surreal everything felt. Stopping before the heavy oak doors, he reached out and rang the bell. A soft chime echoed through the villa. What kind of life did the original Daniel Johnson live? He wondered. And who was I really, before I got here? He waited, heart beating just a little faster. 27. Chapter 27. Flash memory. A few moments later, the grand doors creaked open, and a woman stepped out, elegant, poised, and adorned in luxurious clothes that shimmered under the villa's chandelier-lit porch. Heavy jewelry hung from her neck and ears, the kind only old money or power could afford. Daniel instinctively straightened his posture. Is this my mom? He wondered, eyeing her expensive heels and the confidence with which she carried herself. But before he could speak, the woman rushed forward, her voice laced with concern. Master Daniel, are you all right? I've been so worried about you. Daniel narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to read her face. She doesn't look worried. If anything, she looks like someone who's been enjoying every inch of this lavish life. Her expression, her tone, it felt off, rehearsed, like an actress reciting lines. But then, something strange happened. As she stepped closer, a strange wave of familiarity washed over him, not from the novel, not from any file or backstory, but from somewhere deeper, realer, personal. And then, as if spoken by someone else, the word escaped his lips, Nanny. The woman froze. She stammered, why you remember? Daniel slowly shook his head. No, for a brief moment, he caught something on her face. A flicker of relief. A softness that hadn't been there before. But she masked it almost instantly, her expression returning to the polished calmness of a well-trained caretaker. He noticed it, though, and that was enough to plant the seed of doubt. Why did she look relieved when I said I didn't remember anything? What is she hiding? Daniel's mind sharpened, instincts flaring. He gave her a calm smile and followed her inside. But deep down, he knew something was very, very wrong. As soon as the door opened, the nanny's faces softened with that same familiar affection she always wore. But Daniel could still catch the subtle flicker of unease in her eyes. It was like she wanted to ask something, but held herself back. Oh, Master Daniel, are you all right? I've been calling you for quite a while, she said gently, her voice laced with concern. Then her gaze fell to the photo frame still clutched in his hand. For a brief second, her expression froze, just long enough for Daniel to catch it. A flash of recognition. A memory? Guilt? Daniel followed her line of sight, then looked down at the cracked glass. The smiling couple in the photo, the man with striking red hair and the woman with flowing black locks, looked back at him through time. His supposed parents. People he didn't remember. But something inside him stirred every time he looked at them. I found this, Daniel muttered, voice still heavy with grogginess as he set the frame down on a nearby shelf. Guess I must have passed out. The nanny quickly stepped aside to let him out, brushing off her hesitation with a practiced smile. Dinner has been prepared. I thought you might be hungry. It's already past 8. Daniel stretched his limbs, still feeling the dull throb in his head. Yeah, I guess I could eat. As they walked toward the grand dining hall, Daniel couldn't help but glance back at the room. The bed, the shelves full of toys, the dusty photo frame, and that memory. I hate you guys. The scream. The shattering glass. The slamming door, and then crying. Alone. The same boy kneeling on the ground, hugging the broken frame like it was the only thing left in the world. Daniel's jaw clenched. That wasn't just someone else's memory anymore. It felt real, personal. He walked silently behind the nanny, but his thoughts were far from quiet. Who were they really, and why do I feel like I betrayed them? Whatever this life was, it wasn't as simple as waking up in a new body. There were ghosts here. Not the kind that haunt houses. The kind that haunt hearts. On the other side, Nanny entered her room and dialed a number. As soon as the call was picked up, a deep voice came from the other end. Speak. In a low voice, Nanny replied, Daniel has returned to the villa. The man on the other end asked, what's his condition? Nanny said, he really has lost his memory, but some things are coming back to him. The voice on the other end grew serious. Keep an eye on him, and when he leaves the villa, inform me immediately. It was dinner time, and Nanny said, dinner time, master. Saying this, her gaze fell on the frame on the table. She then turned around and left, adding, Bali, wash your hands and face, and come down. Daniel closed the gate quietly and placed the frame on the table before heading off to freshen up. A little while later, as he was having dinner, he noticed that only Nanny and the cook were in the house. There was no one else. Sitting alone at the table, Daniel suddenly asked, Nanny, where's Sylvia? I don't see her around. As the words left his mouth, Daniel thought to himself, wait a minute, how'd I know about Sylvia? Nanny smiled and replied, Master, Sylvia took a leave for a few days. She will be back soon. But, do you remember her? Is your memory coming back to you? Daniel responded, I don't know. I know Sylvia works for me, but how she looks, I can't remember. Nanny smiled warmly at his response, then teasingly asked, and what about me? Do you remember me? Daniel looked at her and, in straightforward words, said, no, but I know you're my nanny, and you've been with me since childhood. Daniel himself felt confused. Maybe his physical memories were starting to imprint again. After dinner, Daniel went to his room and looked at the table where the photo frame was still placed. Staring at it, Daniel muttered to himself, and I know that Daniel's parents were space explorers. They went on an expedition and never returned. Daniel was just 10 years old at that time. After that, bad things happened to him. Most of his property was taken by his father's elder brother, and he was left with only this villa as part of the inheritance. It was only because of Nanny and Sylvia that he had enough money to live on. Otherwise, his uncle kept the company shares and the profits for himself, claiming to be the family caretaker. Nanny and Sylvia were outsiders. People he couldn't trust too much. A light laugh escaped Daniel's lips as he thought, so, this is the story of Daniel. Looks like I'll need to meet this uncle of mine. But it's strange. There's nothing about these people in the novel. It makes me feel like there's a 60% chance this is a real world. On the other side, Nanny entered her room and dialed a number. As soon as the call was picked up, a deep voice came from the other end, speak. In a low voice, Nanny replied, Daniel has returned to the villa. The man on the other end asked, what's his condition? Nanny said, he really has lost his memory, but some things are coming back to him. The voice on the other end grew serious, keep an eye on him, and when he leaves the villa, inform me immediately. 28. Chapter 28. Team of 5. The next morning, Daniel left for the academy around 7 a.m. He hailed a taxi and sat in the back seat, his eyes fixed on his phone as he browsed through some documents related to his company. So engrossed was he in the files, he didn't notice the scenery changing outside the window. But then, something felt off. Daniel looked up from his screen and noticed that instead of heading toward the bridge, the usual route, they were taking a completely different path. Excuse me, mister, Daniel said, his tone sharp. This isn't the way to the academy. The driver responded in a calm voice, young master, we're not going to the academy. The moment Daniel heard young master, a flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. Who are you? The taxi driver let out a faint chuckle. Rather than who I am, you should be more interested in where we're going. Daniel didn't respond. He simply stared at the man through the rearview mirror, eyes narrowed with cold suspicion. The driver glanced back, slightly amused. You'll see soon enough. Daniel's gaze turned colder. Turn this car back toward the academy right now, if you want your arms and legs intact. That made the man lose his composure. He scoffed, his voice now tinged with irritation. You brat. Don't overestimate yourself. Don't think we don't know what you really are. Daniel's eyes gleamed dangerously. He activated his ability. Divine Serpent's Heart. You possess the heart of the Divine Serpent. Right-pointing arrow combat abilities temporarily boosted for 1 minute. A surge of power rushed through his veins, awakening something ancient and fierce inside him. Without wasting a second, Daniel lunged forward, slamming his elbow into the side of the driver's head. The man tried to resist, but Daniel's boosted strength overwhelmed him in seconds. One clean blow later, the driver lay unconscious. The taxi rolled to a stop. Luckily, Daniel found rope and some rolls of cello tape in the car, no doubt intended for the kidnapping. He quickly tied the driver's hands and legs, gagged his mouth, and shoved him into the trunk. He wiped his hands on a napkin, adjusted his shirt, and took the wheel himself. Driving back toward the academy, Daniel parked the taxi in a quiet alley nearby. Before stepping out, he glanced back toward the trunk and let out a sigh. Unfortunately, I don't have time to deal with trash like you today. Consider yourself lucky. With that, Daniel stepped out of the car and walked into the academy, as if nothing had happened. The next day, Daniel returned late to the academy. After class, he sat alone in his room, going through the details of all the property and assets registered under his name. Line by line, file by file, he calculated everything meticulously. As he reviewed the numbers, a realization hit him. He was actually very wealthy. Among the assets, he discovered there was even a personal company of his own, one that his uncle had conveniently claimed ownership of. Looking at all of it, a dark thought crossed his mind. What if the plan to assassinate me was orchestrated by him? He glanced at his tech band, strapped it tightly around his wrist, and stretched with a yawn. Well, at least I'm not poor, he muttered with a smirk. I'll think about all this next weekend. Saying that, Daniel flopped onto his bed and was soon fast asleep, snoring softly, unaware of the shadows quietly tightening around him. Justin, Daniel, Vanessa, Ren, and Rex. You five are a team now. As soon as instructor Lisa's crisp voice echoed through the classroom, the chatter died down. Every student turned to look at the names just called. Daniel blinked. For a moment, he thought he'd misheard. But as the instructor moved on, marking something on her tablet, the words kept ringing in his ears. What? That can't be right. His eyes slowly shifted toward Justin and Vanessa, who looked equally confused. This team isn't supposed to exist. Daniel leaned back slightly, processing everything at once. According to the original plot of this world, the one he remembered from the novel, Justin and Vanessa were teamed up with three irrelevant extras, cannon fodder side characters who never even made it past chapter 30. They were never given names. The two of them cleared the entire hunting exam practically on their own. That was the script. That was how it was supposed to go. So what the heck was he doing on their team? Daniel raised his hand. Yes? Lisa asked, eyebrow raised. Miss Lisa, I just wanted to ask, are team assignments final? I mean, can team members be swapped under any circumstances? Lisa smiled. But it wasn't the kind of smile that offered reassurance. It was the kind that said, don't even think about it. In clear terms. Know whether you want to be on this team or not doesn't matter. These are your teammates for the hunting exam. From today until the exam ends, you will stick together. If you don't, you'll lose points. Understood? And with that, she turned on her heel and walked out of the classroom, her heels clicking on the floor with finality. So that's it, Daniel thought, clenching his jaw. This isn't just a deviation, it's a whole different arc. The story's shifting. The hunting exam, the first official field test at the academy. It was a massive, school-wide event where first years were teleported into designated monster zones and forced to survive, fight, and earn points. Each kill had value. Each decision was judged. The final rankings of students were based on how many monsters they hunted, their teamwork, and their overall combat efficiency. In the original novel, this arc introduced a key character, Ron White, a warm-hearted boy with chocolate brown hair and soft eyes, whose support magic could boost a team's power by over 40. His arrival was a game-changer. He joined the main cast after proving himself in a separate team alongside Petra, Peter, and Alia. His eyes met Justin's for a moment. The silver-haired boy gave him a faint nod, one that felt more like acknowledgement than camaraderie. Vanessa was already adjusting her gloves, her expression unreadable as ever. Ren and Rex were unknown variables. Students Daniel didn't even recall seeing before. That alone was unnerving. This isn't just a change in team formation, it's the butterfly effect in motion, Daniel thought grimly. And somehow, I've become the butterfly. 29. Chapter 29. Vampire Daniel's eyes subtly shifted toward Ron White, the quiet brown-haired boy who was nervously attempting to strike a conversation with Alia. His voice was barely above a whisper, and his posture screamed hesitation. It was clear to anyone watching that Ron was painfully shy. An ambivert, Daniel thought. Quiet now, but once he's comfortable, he turns into a whole different person. He remembered the character notes. The way Ron bloomed like a sunflower in the presence of friendship. Reserved like a monk, yet wild like a bard once the silence was broken. Daniel's gaze wandered again. This time, to the girl seated 2 rows ahead. Vanessa. Her dark eyes met his for the briefest moment. Daniel immediately looked away. Stay cautious around her, he told himself, his heart pacing slightly faster. If she ever finds me alone, she won't hesitate to suck me dry. No, it wasn't a metaphor. It was literal. In this strange world, Vanessa was the one character whose presence even the original novel hadn't dared to fully explore. Outwardly, she claimed to possess blood manipulation powers, one of the rarest combat abilities. But Daniel knew the truth. Her entire family were vampires, pure bloods. Ancient. Dangerous. To the world, they played the part of noble magical elites. But behind closed doors, they were something else entirely. Vampirism ran in their blood. Almost like a curse. Once addicted to blood, they could spiral out of control, turning into monsters that even their own kin had to hunt down. That's why they lived under strict protocols. Daniel remembered the lore. If one of them ever began to lose control, the family's first instinct wasn't to save them, it was to eliminate them. Vanessa might smile like a charming heiress. She might laugh like the girl next door. But during daylight hours, her stats were halved. And when night fell, her instincts would slowly take over. Her thirst would whisper, hunt. Daniel let out a slow breath, steadying himself. I need to make sure she never sees me as prey. This wasn't a story or novel anymore, this was real. And every step forward in this academy could be his last. Daniel let out a long, tired sigh. And then there's Justin, he thought, eyes narrowing just slightly as they landed on the tall, golden boy who stood with a light smile, chatting casually with one of the instructors. The guy I've already picked a fight with. By all accounts, Justin was the forgiving type, cool, chill, the kind who could let things slide and still offer friendship afterward. He was the kind of protagonist who'd make peace with his enemies, team up with rivals, and walk into danger with a smile just to save someone he barely knew. And that's what made Daniel wary. I'm not asking for his forgiveness, and I sure as heck don't plan to be friends with him, he thought grimly. He's too naive. Daniel remembered clearly. Justin would risk his life to save even someone who had tried to kill him 5 minutes ago. He didn't do it out of pride or showmanship. It was just who he was, pure-hearted, danger-prone, a walking invitation for disaster. Daniel glanced to the side and his expression softened. At least there was one silver lining. Ren and Rex were on his team. The moment their eyes met, they shared a knowing smile. Daniel felt a flicker of reassurance. Good. Those two, I can rely on. Still, his mind wandered to Ray. Ray, who had ended up in the other main cast team, the one with Petra, Peter, and Alia. Ray was supposed to be with him. But now, there he was, already blending in, talking animatedly with Eon, looking like he'd been part of their group forever. Daniel chuckled to himself, a rare smile breaking through his usual sharp demeanor. Maybe Ray's just built different, always finds his comfort zone faster than the rest of us. His eyes swept across the courtyard. All around him, the groups were talking, bonding, building trust, whispering strategies, laughing. All except one. His. Not a word had been exchanged between them. Not a single meaningful glance. They stood like strangers forced together by fate. And just as Daniel was thinking that silence might stretch forever, hey, guys. The voice broke the air. It was Justin. Everyone turned. Justin rubbed the back of his neck, looking a little sheepish. About the other day. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone so hard on you guys. Daniel blinked. He hadn't expected the golden boy to apologize, and he certainly hadn't expected him to look so genuine. He didn't say anything. Neither did Ren. Nor did Rex or Vanessa. The silence that followed wasn't hostile, it was uncertain. Justin waited, smiling awkwardly. Daniel narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. You're still too soft, Justin, and I'm not sure if that'll get us all killed, or save us. Before the silence could settle again, Ren snapped, his voice sharp, blazing with barely contained fury. You think a simple sorry is enough? Because of you. Den lost his memory, he shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Justin. And guess what? He hasn't paid us back a single penny since. because he doesn't even remember owing us anything. Daniel's eyes narrowed into slits as he slowly turned his head toward Ren. Don't try to use my memory loss as an excuse to paint me like some freeloader, he said, voice cold and laced with warning. Why the heck would I borrow money from you two anyway? Ren didn't flinch. He scoffed and jerked a thumb at Justin. Ask him. This is all because of him. Our poor brother even lost his firepower because of that darn accident. The words hung heavy in the air. Daniel looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers subconsciously. No flame. No spark. Nothing. Vanessa, who had been listening quietly until now, finally spoke up, her voice hesitant, cautious. Wait, are you guys serious? Ren whipped around to face her. What do you think? You think we're making this up for fun? He barked, anger and frustration thick in his voice. The Academy's medical team confirmed it. His mutant cells have been reset. The tests showed the same thing. He took a step forward and gestured toward Daniel. And what about his hair? His eyes? You don't see it. The redness. It's fading. His power is gone. The words cut through the group like a blade. Justin's mouth opened, but no words came at first. He looked at Daniel. At the void in his gaze, the subtle shift in aura that hadn't been there before. Then slowly, shame flooding his face, he lowered his head. I'm really sorry, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know it would go this far. I swear, I never meant for any of this to happen. He stepped closer, stopping just short of Daniel. I would do anything to fix it if I could. Daniel didn't speak. He stared at the boy in front of him, the golden hero, the smiling, naive fool who would save a villain just to avoid guilt. The one who had unknowingly taken away his power, his past, and maybe even his future. 30. Chapter 30. Observation eye. As Daniel looked up, he realized that everyone's eyes were on him, waiting, watching, bracing for another storm. So, he let out a slow breath, collected his thoughts, and with a calm, almost detached tone, said, It's fine. Stuff like this happens in fights all the time. You don't have to apologize. Honestly, I don't even remember what really happened. Silence. It fell like snow, soft and surprising. Everyone stared at him, stunned, including Justin and Vanessa. They had braced themselves for Daniel to drag the matter out, to guilt Justin further, maybe even lash out. But instead, he had done the exact opposite. Justin blinked, almost in disbelief. Then a relieved smile spread across his face. Thank you, he said sincerely. I'll do my best to make it up to you. Daniel shook his head lightly. There's no need. I've already forgiven you. His words were simple, but they carried weight. The truth, however, was known only to Daniel. If anyone was supposed to apologize, it should have been him. Because deep down, he knew, the real Daniel, the one before the memory loss, had started that fight. This amnesiac Daniel didn't carry that burden, but he wasn't about to pass it on, either. So he let it go, and perhaps that's what truly shocked everyone. The rest of the group, who had expected Daniel to escalate things, exchanged quiet glances, but when they saw that he didn't, when he chose peace over pride, they felt something settle in the air. A quiet respect, a subtle understanding. Daniel hadn't just spared Justin further guilt, he had spared the team. And for now, that was enough. A little while later, when the lunch bell rang, the five of them made their way to the academy cafeteria. As soon as they entered, Justin and Vanessa stepped into the lunch line without hesitation. But Daniel, Ren, and Rex, they casually ignored the queue and started walking straight ahead like they owned the place. Justin noticed and frowned. Hey, aren't you guys going to get lunch? Ren turned back with a mischievous grin. Who told you we weren't? Justin raised an eyebrow. Then why aren't you standing in line like everyone else? This time Rex spoke, his tone deadpan but sharp, because we don't like standing in lines. With that, he walked past them without waiting for a reply. Justin and Vanessa exchanged a glance, shrugged, and remained in the line. It moved slowly, but eventually their turn came, and they grabbed their trays of food. When they approached the table where Daniel and the others were sitting, they were greeted by the sight of half-empty plates. Those three had already devoured most of their lunch. Justin sat down with a huff. You know, skipping the line like that isn't exactly model student behavior. Daniel chuckled at his serious tone. Ren, without missing a beat, leaned back and said with a smirk, "And who said we're model students?" That cracked all three of them up, Daniel, Ren, and Rex bursting into laughter like schoolboys who'd just pulled a harmless prank. Even Vanessa, despite trying to maintain a straight face, couldn't help the tiny laugh that slipped out. Justin looked at her, betrayed. "You too?" Then he turned to the others and said in defeat, "Come on, guys. Stuff like this is how we lose points." Daniel tried to suppress his laughter, wiping the corners of his eyes as he spoke. "All right, guys. Let's calm down now. We should eat in peace." But the moment he finished saying that, he burst out laughing again. "Because we might lose points, remember?" he added between chuckles, mimicking Justin's voice playfully. Justin sighed dramatically and picked up his spoon. "Hilarious," he muttered before resuming his lunch like a soldier defeated by chaos. Daniel and the others managed to rein in their laughter and focused on their food. As the table quieted down a bit, Daniel leaned back in his chair and asked, "So, there's no class after lunch. What do we do now?" Ren looked up, chewing thoughtfully. "I've got something to do." Daniel tilted his head. "What kind of something?" Rex shrugged casually. "Miss Lisa gave these two a punishment, volunteer work." Ren jumped in immediately. "Hey, don't call it punishment. It's a blessing. Just imagine being Miss Lisa's assistant for an entire week." Rex smirked, seizing the opportunity. "If that's the case, how about you two treat us to a restaurant party this weekend?" Before Ren could reply, Rex cut him off. "Scratch that. Why wait till the weekend? Let's go today." But Daniel swiftly kicked him under the table and gave him a sharp glare. "Bro," Daniel whispered through clenched teeth, "we can only go out on weekends. Without permission, we can't leave the academy. Didn't you read the rulebook?" Rex blinked. "But rules are meant to be broken, right?" Daniel raised a brow. "Sure. But Justin and Vanessa aren't exactly the rule-breaking type, are they?" Right on cue, Justin chimed in, "Wait, how are you guys planning to go out without permission?" Before Rex could accidentally spill the secret about their shady club oddjobs, Daniel smoothly interrupted, "Exactly. That's the problem. We won't get permission to leave." Then he leaned closer to Rex, whispering by his ear, "Are you trying to reveal our secret trick to them?" Realizing his slip, Rex muttered, "Oh, sorry. I wasn't paying attention." Daniel sighed in relief and the three of them exchanged knowing smiles. Justin found their exchange a bit suspicious, but decided to let it slide. Instead, he said, "Why don't we head to the gym? We could get a feel for each other's abilities. It'll help us coordinate better during the exam." No one had any objections. Everyone nodded in agreement, ready for a new kind of challenge. Daniel had been waiting for this moment. He needed to test his new skill, observation eye, a passive ability that allowed him to analyze the environment, detect weaknesses, and understand combat techniques with remarkable precision. A short walk later, the group entered the training center gym, a sprawling hall buzzing with energy. Students were scattered across the space, some training solo, others practicing in teams. The sound of punches hitting pads, feet sliding on mats, and coaches shouting instructions filled the air. The five of them looked around. Justin and Vanessa moved ahead toward one of the sparring rings. It was unoccupied, its mat still clean, corners freshly wiped. A perfect place to begin. Justin turned back to the group. "So, who wants to go first?" No one responded right away. Ren was busy cracking his knuckles. Rex leaned against the wall, disinterested. Daniel was still scanning the surroundings, quietly activating his observation eye to soak in the atmosphere. Seeing the silence stretch on, Justin turned to Vanessa. "Vanessa, would you like to spar?" Vanessa gave a cool nod. "Sure." She climbed into the ring without hesitation, tying her gloves as she went. Her stance was balanced, focused, like someone who had trained not just for strength but for control. Justin followed her into the ring, tightening the straps on his gloves. His face was calm, but his eyes had a spark of excitement. Daniel, still observing from the outside, focused his gaze. His vision seemed to shift. A faint glow traced the outlines of Vanessa's movements. Her breathing, her muscle tension, even the way she distributed her weight on each foot. Daniel could see it all. Daniel blinked in amazement. "This skill, it's like I can read the fight before it even starts." Meanwhile, in the ring, the bell rang. Justin and Vanessa circled each other, the match officially underway.